Buenos días a todas.
Good morning, delegates. Welcome to the second day of our work for this session. I hope you've had a peaceful evening and night. I'd like to inform you about today's work programme and the agenda items ahead. We'll be continuing our discussion under item 15 of the agenda, where we left it yesterday. And after that, we'll continue with item 8, following which we'll continue with agenda items as planned for tomorrow, Wednesday, namely 10, 11, and 12 of the agenda. The reason for that change is that the document announced yesterday by the Islamic Republic of Iran will be published today. So we've decided to consider items 16 and item 9 of our agenda tomorrow. Having said that, I'd like to give the floor to the US. You have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to make the national statement this morning, as I just presented my credentials literally a few minutes ago. And it's an honor to address this distinguished body for the first time as the United States Permanent Representative to the International Maritime Organization. I am proud to represent a nation with a deep and enduring commitment to the IMO's mission and to the safety, security, and freedom of the seas that sustain the global economy. The United States is not a passive observer of maritime affairs. We are a cornerstone of the global maritime economy. Our maritime transportation system supports a $5.4 trillion in economic activity each year and nearly 30 million jobs. As one of the world's top 5 exporters and importers and the 4th largest ship-owning country, America has a profound stake in a rules-based maritime order. That is why the United States has been and will remain a leading contributor to this organization through our Coast Guard officers, our technical experts, our financial contributions, and our leadership in IMO committees and working groups. We are proud of that record, and we intend to build on it. Let me be direct about where the United States stands and what we seek to accomplish here. President Trump has made restoring America's maritime leadership a national priority. His executive order on maritime affairs established a comprehensive maritime action plan to revitalize our shipbuilding industry, expand our commercial fleet, strengthen our maritime workforce, and ensure that U.S. shipping capabilities support both our economic independence and our national security. At the IMO, the United States will continue to champion safety and security, including updated standards for polar operations, autonomous vessels, and cyber risk management. We are proud to have supported the IMO Polar Code, contributed to frameworks for maritime autonomous surface ships, and championed the implementation of IMO Resolution MSC.42898 on maritime cyber risk management. Freedom of navigation and the rule of law, the bedrock principles without which international trade cannot function. The United States will defend these principles vigorously in every forum, including this one. Practical, pragmatic solutions to global shipping challenges, solutions that protect American workers, American consumers, and the global trading system. We will not support frameworks that impose burdens on the United States without delivering commensurate benefits. Our position on the proposed net zero framework is well known. We believe it would function as a global carbon tax that would harm consumers and industries in my own country, as well as all of yours. Sanctions enforcement and maritime security, including combating illicit shipping practices, shadow fleets, and the exploitation of maritime supply chains by rogue regimes. I want to speak plainly about a challenge that this body cannot afford to ignore. China's systemic effort to use maritime power and control over critical port infrastructure as instruments of political coercion. The evidence is clear and growing. China currently builds more than half of the world's ships. It dominates the production of ship-to-shore cranes and shipping containers. It has pursued an aggressive strategy of acquiring port concessions and infrastructure around the world, not simply for commercial gain, but to extend its strategic reach, and when it suits Beijing's interests, to weaponize that access against sovereign nations. The G7 foreign ministers have spoken clearly on this threat, committing to protect critical maritime ports against hybrid threats and to secure undersea infrastructure from sabotage. I want to draw this body's attention to a recent and deeply troubling example. Panama's Supreme Court ruled that C.K. Hutchinson's port concessions at the Balboa and Cristobal terminals, two of the most strategically significant ports at the Panama Canal, were unconstitutional. The court's decision reflected Panama's commitment to transparency, the rule of law, and public accountability. China's response was swift and punishing. Beijing took direct action against Panama-flagged vessels, actions the United States has characterized as a deliberate attempt to undermine Panama's sovereignty, disrupt global supply chains, and erode confidence in international trade. The United States, joined by Bolivia, Costa Rica, Guyana, Paraguay, and Trinidad and Tobago, issued a joint statement condemning these actions as an attempt to politicize maritime trade and infringe on sovereignty. Let me be direct. What happened to Panama is a warning to every nation in this room. When a country allows a foreign power or its proxies to control its ports, it does not simply accept a commercial arrangement. It accepts a vulnerability. It accepts the possibility that the moment its sovereign decisions displease that foreign power, its ships, its flag, can become a target. Panama exercised its sovereign right to uphold its own laws, and China responded by targeting Panamanian flag vessels. That is not the behavior of a responsible maritime partner. That is coercion. The pattern is consistent. China uses its maritime and economic power to coerce, to intimidate, and to punish those who assert their sovereign rights. The IMO exists to promote safe, secure, and efficient shipping on clean oceans. It is a forum built on the exercise of navigational rights and freedoms guaranteed to all nations, not to any single power that seeks to dominate them. The United States urges all member states to carefully evaluate the terms under which foreign entities, particularly state-linked enterprises, are permitted to acquire or operate critical port infrastructure. Transparency, the rule of law, and genuine sovereignty are not obstacles to commerce. They are its foundation. We also call on this body to strengthen its framework for maritime security, sanctions enforcement, and the protection of flag state rights. The IMO must be a forum where the rule of law is upheld, not a venue where coercive powers can exploit procedural gaps to advance their strategic interests. The United States is committed to this organization and to the principles it represents. We will continue to contribute our expertise, our resources, and our leadership from the Arctic to the Pacific, from mariner welfare to maritime cybersecurity. But we also speak honestly about the threats to the rules-based maritime order. A free and open ocean is not guaranteed. It must be defended through strong standards, strong partnerships, and the willingness to call out those who seek to undermine it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States looks forward to working with all member states toward a maritime future that is safe, secure, and genuinely free. Thank you.
Gracias a los Estados
Thank you, United States. And on behalf of the Council, allow me to welcome you to the IMO family as a permanent representative. I now give the floor to the delegation of Panama. Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates. I'm taking the floor following the US statement to inform the Council of a concern that directly affects the integrity of a register, which is the largest in the world today, and which has been a leader in the area of policy. In July this year, the register joined the whitelist of the Memorandum of Understanding of Paris after years of sustained efforts of trying to purify the fleet, undertaking preventive action, and increasing the rigor of controls on the register. As part of the Tokyo MAU, Panama remains a low-risk register as a direct consequence of a deliberate and costly policy by our government to combat substandard ship registers and to avoid the phenomenon of the shadow fleet, including suspending classifying societies, withdrawing registered vessels, and implementing a rigorous prior verification process. However, in recent months, we have seen an abrupt and statistically anomalous increase of detentions of Panamanian flag vessels, disproportionately focused on ports of one single member of the Tokyo MOU, and coincidentally in the period of a trade dispute which is totally separate from the technical condition of our fleet. In a single month, more than half of all of the registered detentions in the region corresponded to Panamanian vessels, and a significantly lower number of flags operating on the same routes and under the same inspection regime. This disproportionate ratio is not in line with the Tokyo MOU, recognizing Panama as a low-risk register, nor is it in line with the spirit of the procedures of Port State Control 2025 Resolution A206-34, which requires that inspections are based on objective criteria, which are transparent and non-discriminatory, and not on issues unrelated to maritime safety. Selective or politicized use of port state control powers undermines trust in the harmonized inspection system, which this organization has built carefully over decades. And it unfairly penalizes a flag that has invested in being exemplary. Accordingly, my delegation respectfully requests to Council that it invites the III Subcommittee and the Secretariat to consider the harmonized and non-discriminatory application of the port state control powers in the region of the Tokyo MOU and ensure that the exercising of these functions is exclusively and solely based on technical criteria of safety, security, and risk profile, in accordance with the inspection regime and Resolution A206-34, and not political or trade circumstances which are separate from the condition of the vessels themselves. We reaffirm our commitment to maritime safety, our combat of substandard transport and the shadow fleet, and on our commitment to maintaining the highest standards in our work. So we would request that this standard of objectivity be applied without exception to the vessels that fly our flag. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Gracias a Panamá.
Thank you, Panama. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。
Thank you, sir. First of all, to the statement about the United States of America, we present our objection, strong objection. Since 1973, after the recovery of the membership in this organization, China has always been actively engaged in the governance of the world shipping. With the principle of trying our utmost, we contributed actively and proactively to the healthy development of the world shipping. With the principle of negotiation, discussion, co-development, and co-benefit, we reinforce our cooperation with relevant parties. As to the regards mentioned by the distinguished delegation of Panama, China has clarified its position at different forums. China is a major shipping country. China has attached high importance to the life of safety and the safety of shipping at sea. Since the beginning of 2026, Panama flagged ships encountered several cases of collision with fishing vessels in the Chinese waters, causing many people die or missing. With the consideration for the responsibility for the safety of life and shipping, Chinese authorities carried out inspection on ships according to law, carried out port state control inspections according to the provisions of law. And this practice is in full compliance with the international law, not aimed at specific country or specific ships. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a la delegación de China.
Thank you, China. Panama, you ask for the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for giving us the floor, Chair, once again. And I simply wanted to draw attention with respect to the comments made by China, and draw attention of all delegations that they can check GSIS and the investigation into the accidents mentioned, because they do not coincide with our registers. There are just two cases, and the deaths, one was by natural causes, the other by homicide. So we would not share the understanding of the details mentioned by the delegate of China. Thank you.
Gracias a.
Thank you, Panama. After those statements, I propose that Council resumes consideration of item 15 of our agenda, where we left off yesterday. I would remind you that Council needs to reach a decision on the recommendations of the group regarding the proposed amendments to the circular methods of work of the Council. organisation and methods of work of the Council contained in document C13731 and to the rules and guidelines for consultative status of non-governmental international organisations with the International Maritime Organisation contained in document C137/15B/1 and C137/15B/2. The group has provided the Council with its recommendations on the proposed amendments, and I recommend that the Council agrees with them. Therefore, and with regard to the specific actions requested of the Council in paragraphs 39.4 to 39.7 of the report, I take it that the Council decides, firstly, to approve the proposed amendment to paragraph 3.9 of the circular organisation and method of work of the Council and the addition of a new paragraph 3.10. And secondly, to approve deleting footnote 2 to paragraph 3.9 of the organisation and method of work of the Council. And thirdly, to approve annexing the terms of reference of the Intersessional Working Group on Relations with Non-Governmental Organisations as approved by the Council at its 130th session to the organisation and method of work of the Council. And fourth, to approve the proposed amendments to the rules and guidelines for consultative status of non-governmental international organisations with the International Maritime Organisation as contained in the annex to the report of the group in document C137WP2. And if there is no objection, it is so decided. Regarding the amendments to the circular organisation and method of work of the Council, the Secretariat will carry out the necessary renumbering of the paragraphs following the addition of the new paragraph 3.10. And with that, we turn to consider. I see that the United States is asking for the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry that I'm just getting organized for this morning, but is this the opportunity to make comments on the revisions presented in 13715B2, which I believe were part of the annex to the working group report, or would you prefer to take that up under a separate agenda item? We just had two comments. Thank you.
Gracias a los Estados.
Thank you, US, for the comment. The introduction I made when we resumed mentions the document that you cited and also mentioned the recommendation of the Intersessional Working Group on NGOs. And I proposed that Council take note of the recommendations. And that was our decision. I don't know what particular comment you have in mind with regard to this document, but I would invite you to go ahead, but please bear in mind that the Council has decided to follow the recommendations of the working group.
Estados Unidos, adelante.
US, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry if we had missed our opportunity. Was that yesterday that that decision was taken? At any rate, we had two edits to the document in 15B2 that we had wanted to to bring forth for consideration, but we could do that at the appropriate time, or I guess if we were too late, we were unclear on that. Thank you.
En el día de ayer,
Yesterday, we considered the part relating to document WP2 as it related to the proposals that had been received for the granting of observer status, consultative status. As you know, the report of the working group has a second part, which is related to the amendments proposed to the circular organisation and method of work of the Council. And that was the document presented by the UAE under item 3 of the agenda. And that was considered by the working group. Yesterday, the Council agreed that we would consider it under item 15B of the agenda. Further, the report of the working group also contains recommendations relating to the rules and guidelines for consultative status of NGOs at the IMO. This morning, we began our work on this item, particularly on that part. I reminded Council that a series of recommendations had been produced by the group that were in the report, and I proposed that those be endorsed by Council. And I read what the 4 recommendations of the group were at that point. And I said that if there were no objections, then the Council would approve them. And that is what happened. If the delegation of the United States has a suggestion or a proposed amendment for the rules and guidelines for consultative status of NGOs, I would invite them to return at the next session where the group will consider its, where the Council would consider the recommendations of the group. But I don't have any problem with you taking the floor now to make your comments which you wish to make at this stage, and the Council will take note of them. I'm just emphasising that Council has already taken the decision to approve the recommendations coming from the working group. But if you would like to, please go ahead and take the floor and inform Council of your wishes, your comments, rather.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. We just had 2 comments that we wanted to forward for Council's consideration, perhaps before these rules and guidelines are finalized. With respect to the proposed, and I will say that we thank very much the work of the working group for these improvements. We think that this is a very important undertaking, and any clarifications we can make for the relations with NGOs is an improvement for this organization. With respect to Rule 1 and the edit in the final section of the guidelines for the application of Rule 1, this relates to the guidelines on granting of consultative status on a provisional basis. We would recommend that the Council review the edit which deletes where an applicant organization, it previously read, meets most but not all of the requirements in these guidelines, the council, when considering the application, may, if it considers the circumstances so warrant, grant consultative status on a provisional basis. In that paragraph, we would recommend retention of the original language because of a concern that the new proposal, which reads, where an applicant organization is deemed to meet Rule 1, considering inter alia A to D in these guidelines for the application of Rule 1, could really be read to suggest that the applicant organization has met all of the requirements for consultative status. And so it seems to us to really give some confusion to the guidelines that even though an organization is considered to have met all of the requirements for consultative status, they still could be granted provisional status. We think that the initial drafting is clearer, that provisional status will only be given to those organizations that have almost met all the requirements, but fall short in some way. And so just to add clarity to the organization going forward as to those circumstances in which provisional status may be granted, we do think that this is an edit that is worth further consideration. Thank you very much.
Gracias a los Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States, for your remark. The United Arab Emirates.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. We listened to the remarks by the United States, and we think that these remarks are logical and are clearer. And I don't think that the intention is to reopen the discussion, but we think that it is best if the Council takes these comments into consideration and reflect them in the rules pertaining to the NGOs. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los.
Thank you to the United Arab Emirates. We take note of the comments made by the United States, and bearing in mind this rule, or guidelines with regard to NGOs, is something which is continuously before the Intersessional Working Group for its consideration. I would suggest to interested delegations that they submit to Council at the next session any observation or amendment to the guidelines for consideration by the Intersessional Working Group on NGOs at its 6th session in spring of 2027. And with that, we will move on to item 15C of our agenda on on international days established by IMO. We have one document under this agenda item on World Maritime Day and the parallel event, and I'd like at this point to turn to the Secretary-General for an introduction to C-13715C. Thank you, Chair, and a very good day to you all. The first part of the document recalls the Council's endorsement of the World Maritime Day theme for the 2026-27 biennium. That is, from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence. This year's World Maritime Day will be celebrated at IMO headquarters on Thursday, 24th September. As is customary, a report on the World Maritime Day 2026 will be submitted to the next Council of the Council, and next session of Council. I'd like to encourage Member States and observer organisations to organise their own events to celebrate this day. The second part of the document reports on preparations for World Maritime Day parallel event. Following the Council's decision at its 128th session, this year's event will take place in Busan, the Republic of Korea, on the 26th and 27th of October. Circular letter number 5163, inviting interested parties to attend, was issued in May. With regard to the subsequent World Maritime Day parallel event, the Council has accepted the generous offer of the Government of the Philippines to host the parallel event in 2027. And additionally, the generous offer made by the Government of Qatar to host the parallel event in 2028 is presented in this document for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary-General. Can I now ask for any comments on this document and the information provided by the Secretary-General? And in particular, are there any comments on the kind offer made by the Government of Qatar to host the parallel event for World Maritime Day in 2028? I can see some requests for the floor. Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. First, it is my great privilege to see you, Chair, and the Secretary General again at this prestigious Council meeting. On the matter at hand, the Republic of Korea would like to express its deep appreciation to the Secretary General for providing information related to the World Maritime Day. As introduced from the Secretary General under our document C-137 Import 2, the Republic of Korea will host World Maritime Day parallel event at the beautiful city of Busan from 26th to 27th of October this year, followed by the Korean Maritime Week at the same venue from 28th to 29th of October. By holding these two events in succession, we hope to provide a meaningful and constructive platform on the implementation of IMO instrument. We would like to extend our early welcome to all distinguished delegations and look forward to meeting you all at the event. Furthermore, this delegation welcomed the offer by Qatar, our neighbor, to host the 2028 World Maritime Day parallel event. We look forward to this event further strengthening cooperation and exchange within the international maritime community. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la República.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. United Arab Emirates, please.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we would like to thank the Secretary General for this document C-13715D, and we would like to express our gratitude for our neighbors, the state of Qatar, for offering to host the parallel event in 2028. We support this proposal, and we advise you all, we invite you all to support it. And with regard to the events that are hosted by the Republic of Korea, we are in full support of it. Thank you.
Gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you to the UAE. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa thanks the Secretary General for document C137/15C. We welcome the continued implementation of the biennial World Maritime Day theme, from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence, which appropriately emphasizes the importance of translating the organization's policies into tangible outcomes for member states and the global maritime community. South Africa also wishes to express its sincere appreciation to the Secretary General and the IMO Secretariat for the excellent cooperation and preparatory work undertaken thus far in support of the successful hosting of the 2026 World Maritime Day parallel event by the Republic of Korea. We value the Secretariat's close collaboration with host countries, which contributes significantly to the success and visibility of these important celebrations. We attest to it, having hosted the 2022 edition of this important event and intervention. Furthermore, Chair, South Africa welcomes and supports the generous offer by the State of Qatar to host the 2028 World Maritime Day parallel event. We are confident that Qatar will make a valuable contribution to promoting the objectives of the World Maritime Day and to showcasing the importance of international cooperation in advancing a safe, secure, and environmentally sound and sustainable maritime sector. South Africa, therefore, supports the action requested of the Council on this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Sudáfrica.
Thank you, South Africa. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nigeria welcomes the biennial World Maritime Day theme, from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence, which aptly reflects the collective responsibility of member states to translate global commitments into tangible improvements in maritime safety, security, environmental protection, seafarers' welfare, and sustainable blue economy development. We commend the Secretary General for this forward-looking approach, which provides member states and partners with greater certainty to align national programs and technical cooperation initiatives with the organization's strategic priorities. Nigeria also welcomes the continued strong interest of member states in hosting the World Maritime Day parallel event. We congratulate the Republic of Korea and Philippines on their forthcoming hosting responsibilities and express our appreciation to the State of Qatar for its generous offer to host the 2028 event. Nigeria supports the approval of Qatar's offer and remains committed to working with all member states to ensure that the World Maritime Day theme inspires practical action, stronger international partnership, and enhanced capacity building, particularly for developing countries and Africa, in advancing a safe, secure, efficient, and sustainable global maritime sector. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all. This delegation thanks the Secretary General for submitting document C137/15C and aligns ourselves with other delegations by welcoming and supporting the formal offer from the government of the State of Qatar to host the parallel event in 2028. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. Mexico, please. Thank you, sir. And like others, we join in thanking those who've made offers, both the Republic of Korea and the Philippines, offering to host these events in 2026 and 2027. And we'd also like to express our support for the offers made by the government of Qatar to host the parallel event in 2028. We think it's important to emphasize the strategic benefits of geographical rotation as the best way of ensuring that the organization remains foremost in celebrating this global maritime event. Thank you.
Gracias a México.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would like to thank the Secretariat for presenting this document, and we would like to appreciate the offers of the member states to host the events of the IMO. We take note of the offer by Qatar to host the parallel event of the World Maritime Day of 2028. This shows a commitment to supporting the events of this organization and raising awareness of the work of the maritime sector. Hosting such an international event supports international cooperation and exchanging experiences between the member states, which helps with achieving the aims of the organization. Also, we appreciate the work of the member states with regard to supporting the World Maritime Day, and we see that the state of Qatar is going to add value when it comes to hosting this parallel event. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia confirms that these events raise awareness of the different topics that are relevant to the work of the IMO and the current theme. So we support the offer by the State of Qatar to host this event, and we hope that it will be a successful event that will enhance cooperation between the member states. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Arabia.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Egypt has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for presenting this document, and the Arab Republic of Egypt would like to express its appreciation for the proposal of Qatar to host the parallel event for 2028, and we wish them success. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt. Delegation of Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for document C137/15C, and we welcome and fully support the generous offer made by the State of Qatar to host the parallel event of World Maritime Day in 2028. Qatar has all the prerequisites to fulfill this, and we are pleased to accept that offer. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Morocco. We will now hear from observer states, and we'll begin with Oman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. As we are taking the floor for the first time in this meeting, please allow me to offer my sincere condolences to the people and government of Venezuela, and we wish them a speedy recovery. We also would like to thank the delegations of Malaysia and the Philippines for hosting the coffee breaks yesterday. We would like to thank the Secretary General for this document. Mr. Chair, we know that when the State of Qatar hosts an event, it is bound to be a resounding and outstanding success. Accordingly, the delegation of my country, the Sultanate of Oman, commends the initiative of our brothers in the State of Qatar to host an event marking the World Maritime Day in 2028. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Oman.
Thank you, Oman. The delegation of Yemen.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we would like to thank the Secretary General for presenting this document. And we support the World Maritime Day theme for 2026 of 2027, from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence. This theme is very much in line with the core goals of this organization that aims to achieve excellence in the maritime sector. And we support the generous offers of the different member states to host the events related to the World Maritime Day, and we support the proposal of Qatar to host the parallel event in 2028. It shows how committed Qatar is to the work of this organization and to international cooperation in the maritime sector. So my country supports the proposal presented by the State of Qatar.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Yemen. Iraq.
شكرا.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. As I am taking the floor for the first time, I would like to express my deep condolences to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela because of the tragic event that took place last week. I would like to thank the Secretariat for presenting the document, and in particular, I'd like to thank the Secretary General for his support of such events and his confirming the importance of hosting such events. My delegation would like to support Qatar hosting the parallel event in 2028, as Qatar has an important status in the maritime world. It has modern infrastructure and large experience in organizing international events. This makes Qatar an excellent choice for hosting this important event. Qatar hosting this event will contribute to enhancing international maritime cooperation, exchanging experiences and knowledge, and supporting the goals of the IMO. This can help to make our maritime sector safe and sustainable. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Iraq.
Thank you, Iraq. A delegation of Kuwait, please.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, we would like to congratulate the Republic of Korea and the Philippines for hosting the events that were mentioned in the document C-137/15C. As to Qatar hosting the parallel event in 2028, we support that, and we invite the member states to support this document. This will help us to facilitate communication between the member states. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Kuwait.
Thank you, Kuwait. Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. As Algeria is taking the floor for the first time, we would like to give our deep condolences to the Venezuelans as a the tragic earthquake that hit their country was rather difficult, and we show our support. As to the document at hand, C-137/15C, we would like to appreciate the efforts of the Republic of Korea and the Philippines for hosting the World Maritime Day parallel events in 2026 and 2027. Also, we welcome the generous offer made by the government of Qatar to host the parallel event in 2028 and support this proposal. No doubt this is going to be value added to enhancing cooperation in the maritime sector, and we wish the State of Qatar much success. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Argelia.
Thank you, Algeria. Delegation of Ecuador. Thank you, sir. This is the first time we've spoken, and we'd therefore like to begin by extending condolences and expressing our great solidarity with the Venezuelan people for the tragedy they have undergone. In order to contribute to alleviating the suffering, Ecuador has sent equipment and food provisions to seek to help the Venezuelan people in their suffering. We'd like to thank Malaysia and the Philippines for the refreshments offered yesterday. Our delegation would also like to thank the Secretary General for this document C-13715C. We are pleased to note the theme approved for World Maritime Day for 2026-2027, from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence. We believe that this theme properly reflects the need to move from strategic and regulatory commitments to tangible results and enforcement in the global arena. And we very much appreciate the fact that it runs for 2 years. This will enable member states and stakeholders to have a bit more time to plan activities and to develop campaigns and take national initiatives in line with the organization's objectives. Our delegation notes that the Republic of Korea has organized the parallel event for 2026 in Busan, and that we've accepted the offer of the government of Philippines for the 2027 parallel event. We would also congratulate and acknowledge the importance of these events. They are spaces, areas where we can promote dialogue, technical cooperation, exchange of information and experience, and ensure a higher profile for our maritime goals. And we also acknowledge the offer made by the government of Qatar to host the parallel event for the World Maritime Day in 2028. We're satisfied and would like to express our wish that Council accept this, given the need to ensure appropriate organization, broad participation, and an agenda which is aligned with IMO's principles and strategies. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador. The African Union.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and warm greetings to you all. We align ourselves with the statements made by South Africa, Nigeria, Morocco, and Algeria under this item of the agenda. The African Union would like to thank the Secretary-General for introducing this document and take note of the information contained therein on the World Maritime Day theme and provisions relating to the organisation of the World Maritime Day parallel event. We'd also like to congratulate the Republic of Korea for organising the World Maritime Day parallel event in 2026, the Philippines for 2027, and we welcome the offer from Qatar to host a parallel event in 2028. This event constitutes an essential platform to promote maritime cooperation, share knowledge, innovation, and identify maritime priorities. Africa can benefit, as we know, through capacity building, technology transfer, partnership development, and tapping the maritime potential of the organisation as part of the blue economy. And accordingly, as our colleagues have emphasised, we encourage member states to pursue a regional balance within the organisation when it comes to organising events, and we look forward to hosting future parallel events for World Maritime Day, which would provide a unique opportunity to underscore the progress made in the maritime sector to promote cooperation and sustainable development in Africa. The African Union is fully committed to working in close cooperation with the IMO, all member states, and all partners in order to promote safe, secure, effective, and environmentally friendly maritime transport for the purpose of development for all. Thank you very much. Thank you to the African Union. And in light of the comments that have been heard and the support for the proposal from Qatar, what I would suggest is that the Council decides to accept the generous offer made by the Government of Qatar to host the parallel event in 2028, and that it expresses its gratitude to the Government of Qatar. It is so decided. Delegation of Qatar, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس، أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. تتقدم دولة قطر بخالص الشكر والتقدير للمجلس ولجميع الدول الأعضاء على الثقة التي أولتها لدولة قطر من خلال دعم استضافتها للفعالية الموازية لليوم البحري العالمي لعام 2028.
Apologies. The interpretation is back online. Apologies. If you could begin again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Qatar wishes to express its sincere appreciation to the Council and to all member states for the confidence they have placed in Qatar through their support for hosting the parallel event of World Maritime Day 2028. This decision reflects the spirit of cooperation and consensus that characterises the work of our organisation and demonstrates our shared commitment to advancing the objectives of the International Maritime Organization and strengthening international cooperation in the maritime sector. We are honoured by this expression of confidence and reaffirm our commitment to working closely with the Secretariat and all Member States to deliver a high-quality event worthy of the significance of World Maritime Day. We look forward to contributing to highlighting the vital role of the maritime sector in promoting sustainable development, facilitating global trade and strengthening connectivity among nations and peoples. We'd also like to thank the Republic of Korea for hosting the 2026 parallel event and the Republic of Philippines for hosting the 2027 event. We extend our best wishes for every success in the organisation of these important occasions. We look forward to building upon the achievements of both of these two countries and welcoming the international maritime community to Qatar in 2028 for an event that reflects the values of cooperation, innovation, and shared responsibility that underpin our organisation. We look forward to seeing you in Qatar. Thank you very much again.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you, Qatar. And congratulations for being chosen to host the 2028 parallel event. And we now move to item 15D of our agenda, relating to the International Maritime Prize and IMO awards. That includes International Maritime Prize and IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea. Three documents, C13715D, C13715D Add 1, and C13715D Add 2. And I now invite the Secretary General to introduce the documents. Thank you, Chair. Document C13715D reports on the nominations received for the 2025 International Maritime Prize and the 2026 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea. 4 nominations were received for the International Maritime Prize for 2025. Rear Admiral Peter Brady, nominated by the Government of Jamaica. Captain Yasser Hashim, nominated by the Government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Jeffrey G. Lance, nominated by the Government of the United States of America. And Captain Vinayak Molla, nominated by Global Met. With regard to the 2026 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, 51 nominations were received from 20 member states and 2 non-governmental organisations in consultative status with the IMO. Document C137/15D/Add 1 reports on the outcome of the panel of judges for the selection of the recipient of the 2025 International Maritime Prize. The Council is invited to endorse the recommendations of the panel of judges, namely to award the 2025 International Maritime Prize to Mr. Jeffrey Lance and to grant a letter of commendation to Mr. Peter Brady. Turning now to document C137/15D/Add 2, the Council is invited to endorse the panel of judges' recommendations with regard to the 2026 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, mainly the following: to bestow the IMO Award for Exceptional Bravery at Sea posthumously on Mr. Adrian Willison Brask, Chief Mate and Diver of the rescue vessel RS-125 Det Norske Veritas, Norwegian Society for Sea Rescue, nominated by Norway and separately by the International Federation of Shipmasters Association. To award certificates of commendation, letters of commendation and certificates of special recognition for merchant vessels and their crew involved in the rescue of mixed migrants at sea to the recipients listed in paragraphs 9, 10 and 13 respectively, and to amend paragraphs 1, 4 and 8 of the nomination form as reflected in paragraph 12 of the document to ensure that future submissions focus on the information most relevant to the assessment process. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General. The Council is invited to note the information relating to the International Maritime Prize and to endorse the panel's recommendations on the selection of the recipient of the 2025 International Maritime Prize, namely Mr. Jeffrey Lance, and for the granting of a letter of commendation to Mr. Peter Brady. If there are no objections, I declare Mr. Jeffrey Lance, nominated by the Government of the United States of America, the recipient of the International Maritime Prize for 2025, in recognition of his distinguished career, technical expertise, and sustained commitment to international cooperation in leading the delegation of the United States at IMO for over a decade, and as former chair of the IMO Council, as well as his significant contributions to the development of global maritime policy. We extend our warm congratulations to Mr. Lance and also express our appreciation to the Government of the United States of America for nominating such an outstanding candidate. Congratulations, Mr. Lance. With regard to the honours for exceptional bravery at sea, if there are no objections, I take it that the Council endorses the panel of judges' recommendation, and I therefore declare Mr. Adrian Willison-Brask, Chief Mate and Diver of the rescue vessel RS-125 Det Norske Veritas of the Norwegian Society for Sea Rescue, nominated by Norway and separately by the International Federation of Shipmasters Association, IFSMA, as the recipient of the 2026 IMO Award for Exceptional Bravery at Sea posthumously. The award is bestowed on Mr. Brask for his exceptional courage, selflessness, and self-sacrifice during the underwater rescue attempt of a young girl missing in the waters of Napstraumen in the Lofoten archipelago of northern Norway. We convey to Mr. Brask's family our deepest sympathy and heartfelt condolences for their great loss, along with our recognition for his remarkable effort, of which they can rightly be proud. We also express our appreciation to Norway and IFSMA for nominating such an outstanding candidate. I take it further that the Council endorses the panel's recommendations in respect of the recipients of certificates and letters of commendation, as well as certificates of special recognition for merchant vessels and their crew involved in the rescue of mixed migrants at sea, as reflected in paragraphs 9, 11, and 13, respectively, of document C-137/15D/Add 2. I also take it that the Council endorses the other recommendations of the panel as set out in paragraphs 11 to 12 of the same document. I see that the delegation of Jamaica is asking for the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time we're taking the floor, Jamaica joins others in conveying our deepest condolences and heartfelt sympathies to the people of Venezuela for the devastation and loss of lives resulting from the recent earthquakes. Chair, the Jamaican delegation expresses gratitude to the Secretary General for the documents before us regarding the nominations for the International Maritime Prize and the IMO honors for exceptional bravery at sea. We're pleased to intervene under this agenda item to convey our heartfelt congratulations to the awardees. Their impressive and distinguished profiles and careers speak for themselves. Jamaica offers special congratulations to Mr. Jeffrey G. Lance, the recipient of the 2025 International Maritime Prize. Mr. Lance has had a distinguished career in the maritime industry. He has led the delegation of the United States and is a former chair of this council. Chair, we also express our sincere gratitude for the letter of commendation awarded to Rear Admiral Peter Brady in recognition of his invaluable contributions to the maritime sector at the national, regional, and international levels. Rear Admiral Peter Brady has had a distinguished career in the Jamaican Public Service, head of the Coast Guard, later as Jamaica's Chief of Defense Staff. He's well known at the IMO, serving as chair of the then STCW subcommittee for many years, on the Board of Governors of WMU, and an influential voice and advocate for SIDS and LDCs during deliberations of the Council. We extend our congratulations to Mr. Lance, Rear Admiral Peter Brady, and Mr. Brask, Chief Mate, and the other awardees. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Jamaica, delegación de...
Thank you, Jamaica. Bahamas, please.
Thank you, Chair, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates present and online, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good day, good evening. Chair, I wish to begin by thanking all member states who have fed and watered us yesterday, in particular, delegation of Malaysia and the Philippines, and for those that will do so for the rest of the week. We can all give ourselves some cover for consuming the wonderful food and snacks by the fact that we are about to embark on our summer break. Therefore, it gives us a little time to shed whatever we put on. Chair, we wish to thank the Secretariat for documents C-137, 15D, and C-137, 15D, add 1 and 2. And before I move further, I wish to say that being the peacekeepers that we are, the Bahamas will make no reference to the outcome of any of the games played in the World Cup thus far, other than to say to the Organization of the United States, Mexico, and Canada, thank you for staging what is turning out to be an exciting and wonderful World Cup. And we look forward to the eventual outcome. Chair, in terms of those nominated for IMO honors for exceptional bravery at sea, we wish to thank those governments and organizations that have nominated persons who are in their own right outstanding and that have performed exceptional bravery at sea in addition to the rigors of their voyages. We salute them, and we support the outcome of the assessment assessment panels, especially for the winner who has sadly gone beyond. Those are the challenges faced by our brave seafarer. And we look for the eventual time very soon when all of our seafarers that have been unable to get out of the Gulf during this crisis are able to reunite with their families. Chair, the nominees for the International Maritime Prize for 2025 were 4 outstanding individuals in their own rights, namely Rear Admiral Peter Brady of Jamaica, Captain Yasser Hasman of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mr. Jeff Lance of the United States, and Captain Muller, who was nominated by Global Met. Chair, I wish to join our colleague from Jamaica in paying tribute to Rear Admiral Peter Brady, who was a trailblazer, not just for the Caribbean, but for small island developing states everywhere. He was at the forefront of many of the regulations that we now enjoy, leading to safety and security at sea. And we wish to pay special tribute to the winner, Mr. Jeffrey Lance of the United States, and we wish to convey to the delegation of the United States that Mr. Lance has been a tower in this organization. In fact, so much so that he is one of the few persons that I know of that has led to amendment to the regulations. And it is not very often that someone who is so outstanding results in amendment to regulations. But his service was such that he would have continued. And so, in order to make room for others, we had terms of service added. But we simply wish to say to all those who have been nominated, thank you for your services. We appreciate what you have done on this organization, and by extension, the contributions you have made to the international maritime industry on the whole. And Chair, we support all of the submissions that have been made for acceptance. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Bahamas, Filipinas.
Thank you, Bahamas, Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. I cannot top the wisdom of Bahamas, so I'll try my best. We express our solidarity with the member states in extending our sincere condolences to the people of Venezuela for the recent earthquakes affecting the country. The Philippines expresses our profound gratitude to the panel of judges for recommending certificates of commendation to Seaman Second Nick Odasan and Seaman Second Ian Glenn Morphe of the Coast Guard Sea Marshal Force. Facing a catastrophic nighttime emergency, when MV Tresha Kirsten III suffered critical structural failures and rapidly sank, these 2 sea marshals demonstrated extraordinary leadership. By honoring their selflessness, the panel did not only recognize their individual sacrifices, but also reinforces the vital global standards of bravery, duty, and humanitarian service that the International Maritime Organization champions. Thank you for ensuring that their exceptional courage and under extreme adversity did not go unnoticed. We also congratulate the awardees of the International Maritime Prize and Exceptional Bravery at Sea. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Filipinas.
Thank you, Philippines. As I said, when we started considering this item on our agenda, I would propose that the Council decides to endorse the recommendations of the panel with regard to the 2025 prize and also the IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea. If there are no objections, it is so decided, and I would suggest that we extend our congratulations to all of the winners and congratulate and thank all of the candidates, governments and organisations who proposed candidates for the prize and distinction, as well as the efforts of the panel for its support and dedication. And I'd invite now the Secretary-General to inform the Council of the arrangements to be made for this year's IMO Awards ceremony and for next year's Prize and Bravery Honours. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to express my own sincere congratulations to Mr. Jeffrey Lance and the recipients of certificates and letters of commendation, as well as certificates of special recognition. I will convey to Mr. Brask's family our deepest sympathy and our heartfelt condolences for their great loss, along with our recognition for his outstanding and selfless actions. This year's IMO Awards ceremony will take place here at our headquarters on Monday the 14th of December 2026, on the first day of the 112th session of the Maritime Safety Committee. Further details will be disseminated in due course. For the arrangements for the 2026 International Maritime Prize and the 2027 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, circular letters will be issued in due course to invite nominations in accordance with the established practices. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary-General. I now invite Council to note and endorse the arrangements proposed by the Secretary-General in respect of this year's IMO Awards ceremony, the 2026 International Maritime Prize, and the 2027 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And that concludes
Thank you, Chair. My delegation is pleased to invite all distinguished Council participants to join us for this morning's tea break. We wish all of us an enjoyable refreshments break on the first floor and look forward to continuing our discussions there in the spirit of friendship, cooperation, and shared commitment. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Sudáfrica.
Thank you, South Africa, for your kind invitation, and we'll be back at 11:30. future correspondence. I will send you the Oh, that's great. That's great. Please, please. No, no, I always trust you and also facilitate. You will be very helpful in terms of facilitating even the EU membership as well. Yeah, I understand that. If you don't agree, I am very good with against you. But it will be more often with your position and for you for the moment probably G5, and there I can say we are fundamentally on your Thank you so much. All right, so let's follow up on this aspect. Thank you once again for this always bilateral and constructive and productive meetings. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. All right, thank you, John. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna have a coffee now because I'll go to the fourth floor and I will be a bit later. Okay.
Bienvenidos de nuevo a todas las.
Welcome back, everyone, and many thanks to South Africa for that coffee break you offered. And we're going to move on to address agenda item 8, IMO Member State Audit Scheme. There are 3 documents submitted under this item, and I'd like to begin by asking the Secretary-General to introduce C1378 and C13781. Thank you, Chair. Document C1378 provides an update on the implementation of the scheme in the first audit cycle, including the status of audits, audit management and reporting, the current roster strength of auditors, and the status of audit follow-up. The document also reports on progress made by Member States in implementing corrective action plans arising from audit findings. Since the issuance of the document, the remaining audits scheduled for 2026 have been completed, with the exception of the Syrian Arab Republic, thereby concluding the first audit cycle of the scheme. The Syrian Arab Republic has since responded to the Secretariat's communications, and the Secretariat is engaging with the state. I'd like to express my appreciation to Member States and the auditors for their commitment and cooperation in reaching this important milestone. Experience gained from the IMSAS audits has further strengthened the organization's ability to identify recurrent areas requiring attention through the analysis of audit reports and to support targeted technical cooperation activities. The actions requested by the Council are set out in paragraph 18 of the document. The second document, C13781, informs the Council of the developments since the 34th regular session of the Assembly with respect to the audit scheme, and provides information on ongoing preparatory work for the second audit cycle, which is scheduled to commence in July 2027. As Council will recall, Resolution A12-1134 introduces the IMSAS continuous monitoring mechanism, supporting a more risk-based approach to the audit scheme. This is a major shift from the approach taken in the first audit cycle to a data-driven, continuously updated system that monitors a member state's implementation and enforcement processes. The document provides an overview of the overall audit schedule for the second cycle, progress in development of the ICMM platform, updating of training materials, and revision of the auditor's manual. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Secretario.
Thank you, Secretary-General, and I now invite comments on the documents just introduced, and in particular on the actions requested of the Council as set out in paragraph 18 of document C1378. The floor is now open.
Kenia, adelante, por favor.
Kenya, please.
Thank you, Chair. As Kenya is taking the floor for the first time, the Kenya delegation joins the delegates in expressing our sympathy to Venezuelan nationals following the devastating earthquake, and to thank South Africa for today's coffee, Malaysia and the Philippines for yesterday's refreshments. Kenya thanks the Secretariat for its report in document C-137-8. Kenya continues to implement corrective actions through active multi-agency engagements as reflected in the Secretariat's report. We also appreciate the technical assistance provided by IMO to member states, and in this regard, we are honored to host an IMO regional workshop on oversight of recognized organizations in 2025 as part of capacity development. Kenya wishes to emphasize the importance of transparency and experience sharing among member states. In this regard, we support the encouragement for audited member states to authorize the Secretariat to release their audit reports, including the final report. We believe that such release will provide valuable opportunities for learning and experience sharing, thereby contributing to continued improvement across membership. At the same time, we express the release should be conducted with due caution to safeguard sensitive data and the information of member states. Furthermore, Kenya supports the invitation for audited member states to provide the Secretariat comments on the progress of implementation of their corrective action plans. We also recognize the importance of timely submission of information and documentary evidence requested during the audit follow-up process, as highlighted in paragraph 17 of the report. Kenya remains committed to working closely with the Secretariat to ensure full implementation of its corrective action plan and to contribute to the collective strengthening of the global maritime regulatory framework. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Kenia. Delegación de Chile.
Thank you, Kenya. Chile, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Yorana.
Thank you, sir. Yorana. And good morning to you all. Firstly, because this is the first time we've spoken, we'd like to express our solidarity with the people of Venezuela, extending heartfelt condolences at this terrible loss of life and the devastating earthquakes which have hit this country. We'd also like to thank Malaysia, the Philippines and South Africa for the coffee breaks. I'd like to begin with some words in the Rapa Nui language in tribute to some of our ancestral maritime nations.
He motutatu, he maunga, he truvai, e he hina hiokio. ¿Qué significa?
That means we are children of the sea, of the wind and the stars. We are islands, mountains, fjords and glaciers. Chair, Chile would like to thank the Secretariat for the information set out in documents C-137/8 and C-137/8/1, referring to progress with the first audit cycle of IMO member states and preparations for the second cycle. Chile very much appreciates IMSAS. It's a key tool in strengthening effective implementation of mandatory instruments of the organization. We believe that the scope should go beyond merely adopting standards and formally including them in our domestic legal framework. The aim should be that these standards are properly implemented and bear effects in terms of safety, maritime security and protection of the marine environment for which they were adopted. Chile, in this context, is pleased to note the progress towards the conclusion of the first cycle and preparations for the second IMSAS cycle, and particularly the risk-based approach, the continuous oversight mechanism, and the development of digital tools which will allow us to better follow up the CAPs, the corrective action plans. We believe it's important for the second cycle to remain technical, objective and cooperative, aligned with the scheme, ensuring that the process continues to focus on constant improvements, capacity building and effective support for member states. Turning to C13782, which has been submitted by the UAE, with regard to voluntary disclosure of information. Apologies, says the chair, for my interruption. But we haven't yet got on to C13782 from the UAE. So with your permission, please do come back and request the floor when we get onto that. Thank you, sir. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Chile, y ruego disculpe por la...
Thank you, and I do apologize for the interruption. Peru. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank South Africa for the coffee they've offered. And we'd also like to thank the Secretary-General for having introduced C137/8/1 on preparatory work for the commencement of the second audit cycle. We note the progress, particularly adoption of the framework and revised procedures under Resolution A10-1134, as well as the schedule approved by Assembly 34, with the second cycle due to start July of this year. We acknowledge the importance of the new cycle, including a risk-based approach and the ICMM, the continuous monitoring mechanism. This will be more dynamic and will assist states with implementation of IMO instruments. Satisfaction with the development of the digital platform of the ICMM under the GESIS is something we praise, and we would urge the Secretariat to keep Council informed of progress with the platform, given its importance in ensuring continuity and effectiveness of the second cycle. We very much appreciate and welcome the work done with capacity on training, including the information session for auditors, the updating of the auditor's handbook and review of information material, as well as technical cooperation activities scheduled for the second half of this year. We think this is essential for member states, and in particular developing member states, to prepare properly for their respective audits. And finally, sir, we would encourage transition towards the second cycle taking place in an orderly and transparent fashion, bearing in mind different capacities in the various maritime administrations, and request the Secretariat to continue to periodically update Council with regard to progress with the schedule and the digital equipment and tools associated with the scheme. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Peru. Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank South Africa for the morning coffee, as well as Malaysia and Philippines for yesterday's coffee and refreshments. The Cyprus delegation welcomes the information provided by the Secretary-General in documents C137/8 and C137/8/1 concerning the continued implementation of the IMO member state audit scheme and the preparations for the commencement of the second audit cycle. We support action point 19.2 in document C137/8, encouraging audited member states to authorize the Secretariat to release their audit reports, including the audit final report to the public. We consider that these measures will further enhance the transparency, credibility, and effectiveness of the IMO member state audit scheme. Greater availability of audit outcomes and related information can facilitate the sharing of best practices, promote the dissemination of lessons learned, and assist member states in addressing common and recurring findings identified through the audit process. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Chipre. Finlandia.
Thank you, Cyprus. Finland.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to South Africa for the coffee and tea. Finland aligns itself with the comments just made by Cyprus. We would like to express our support, especially to action point 19.2 in document 137/8 by the Secretary-General. This action point encourages audited member states to authorize the Secretariat to release their audit reports, including the final report, to the public. The IMSA's audit of Finland's maritime administration was carried out at the end of 2024, and we have published the final audit report in full. We believe this to be an important responsibility for all members of this organization, as it is in line not only with the values of transparency and sincere cooperation in the IMO, but also with several past Assembly resolutions of the Member State audit scheme. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Finlandia.
Thank you, Finland. Italy, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. Thank you, South Africa, for sponsoring the coffee break. We thank the Secretary-General for document C-137/8 and information report in document C-13781 on the implementation of the audit scheme. Italy shares the same objective of an overall completion of the audit cycle for each member state. In particular, with the reference to the status reached by Italy, we confirm the definition of our procedures in conformity with CAP agreed with audit team leader, and we trust on the successful completion of the follow-up audit cycle by the audit team assessment. Italy support action point 19.2 in C-137/8. Regarding the document 137/8/1, Italy takes note of the information provided and welcomes the preparatory work for the commencement of the second audit cycle, including the development of the continuous monitoring mechanism, the up-to-date training material, and the revised auditor's manual. Italy underlined the importance of ensuring that the relevant GSIS platform and guidance are available in a timely manner to support a consistent, effective implementation of the revised IMSAS framework and procedures. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Italia.
Thank you, Italy. France. Thank you, sir, and good day, everyone. Apologies to the interpreters. There are a few changes to the final paragraph of my statement with regard to document 13782. We'd like to begin by thanking all those delegations who've offered refreshments this week so far, and we'd like to thank the Secretariat for the progress reports on the outcome of the first cycle and the preparatory work for the second. We are among the 9 member states out of 166 who've been audited and authorised the Secretariat to disclose to the public these reports. And we're pleased to note that of the 9 member states, 6 are members of the EU, and we welcome the fact that all those member states of IMO who've been audited have agreed that the summary reports, the CAPs and observations of member states on progress with regard to implementation of corrective measures have been made available to other member states. In consonance with what Cyprus has said and with regard to our organisation's concern for transparency and technical cooperation, together with the audit framework to be implemented in the second cycle, we believe that this isn't enough as a number, and we would call on all member states to be as transparent as possible, our aim being to share experience and constant improvement. Public disclosure to all stakeholders in the shipping ecosystem, companies, ship owners, insurers, and also institutional partners involved in technical cooperation is important and will allow us access to significant information so that we're in a position to make application of our instruments more uniform. That would involve updating the national focal points for audits and follow-up of corrective actions. Thank you very much, sir.
Gracias a Francia.
Thank you. France, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to thank South Africa for the coffee and sweets. We would like to reiterate that the Kingdom of the Netherlands has been and will continue to be actively involved in the evolvement of the IMO member state audit scheme, also in the second and future cycles. This delegation is in favor of a risk-based approach. For the past year, the Netherlands has been contributing to the scheme and more in particular to the amendments of the Auditor's Manual. And we believe that with all this work done on the various documents and GSIS, we are now well underway for the start of the second cycle. We do have some concerns about the readiness of the GSIS module, but as we understand, this is well acknowledged and prioritized by the IMO Secretariat. We would like to underline, like France and others, that we are of the opinion that transparency is key to the continuation and effectiveness of the IMO audit scheme to fulfill its purpose. It shall be no surprise that the Kingdom of the Netherlands is very much in favor of releasing the results of the IMSA's audits to the public to provide them with full transparency on the implementation on a worldwide scale. We therefore encourage audited member states to authorize the Secretariat to release their audit reports to the public. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Países Bajos.
Thank you to the Netherlands, Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to South Africa for hosting the coffee break. Jamaica expresses appreciation to the Secretary General for documents C-137/8 and C-137/8/1. We commend the Secretariat for its consistent efforts over the years, which have resulted in the development of a robust and well-structured audit system to assess member states' implementation of applicable IMO instruments and to identify any implementation gaps. Chair, at a previous session, my delegation expressed its sincere appreciation to the IMO for conducting a comprehensive audit of Jamaica and commended the relevant auditors and the Secretariat for the thoroughness and professionalism with which the audit was carried out. We're pleased to provide an update on the completion and submission of Jamaica's CAP, which has been accepted following a review by the lead auditor and the Secretariat. Jamaica is committed to the implementation of the CAP, and indeed, work has already commenced on the critical elements. We will, therefore, be endeavoring to provide CPI CAP to the Secretariat on an ongoing basis. We must again thank the Secretariat for the support and guidance provided during the preparation of our CAP. Jamaica has always recognized the importance of nominating suitably qualified and experienced personnel to be considered as auditors under the scheme, and has been nominating auditors since the voluntary stage of the audit scheme. Chair, we are further pleased to advise that we have recently nominated 3 additional auditors, including 1 female, bringing the total number of auditors to 5, 2 of whom are female. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Jamaica.
Thank you, Jamaica. Philippines, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines thanks the Secretary General for document C-1378 and C-13781 on the implementation of the IMO member state audit scheme and the preparations for the commencement of its second audit cycle. We welcome the successful completion of the first audit cycle, which has further demonstrated the value of IMSAS as an effective mechanism for promoting the consistent implementation of mandatory instruments and fostering continuous improvement among member states. Having undergone the audit process, the Philippines has been firsthand has seen the first-hand benefits of the scheme in identifying opportunities to further strengthen our maritime administration and enhance institutional coordination. We are pleased to inform the Council that our corrective action plan has been finalized, submitted, and accepted by the audit team. As we move into the implementation phase, the Philippines remains committed to addressing the audit findings and continuing to strengthen the effective implementation of its obligations under the relevant IMO instruments. The Philippines supports the continued implementation of corrective action plans, the nomination of qualified auditors with due regard for inclusivity and diversity, and the encouragement for member states to authorize the public release of their audit reports. Looking ahead, the Philippines welcomes the adoption of Resolution A121134 on the revised framework and procedures for the second audit cycle. We also appreciate the endorsed audit schedule, the development of the integrated continuous monitoring mechanism, the revised auditor's manual, and the planned capacity building activities during the transition period. We are confident that these enhancements will support a more efficient, transparent, and risk-informed audit process while further assisting member states in fulfilling their obligations under the scheme. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Philippines. Delegation of Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank the distinguished delegation of South Africa for the coffee provided. Nigeria thanks the Secretary General for the progress report on the implementation of the IMSAS and welcomes the completion of the first audit cycle by June 2026. Nigeria views the audit scheme as a vital instrument for strengthening flag, port, and coastal state performance, improving national implementation of mandatory IMO instruments, and promoting a culture of transparency, continuous improvement, and shared learning among member states. Nigeria notes particularly the importance of timely implementation of corrective action plans, regular updating of GISIS authorized persons, and the nomination of qualified auditors, including women and young persons. We are happy to inform that Nigeria has recently submitted a list of female auditors as appropriate. As a member state committed to improving its own implementation framework, Nigeria supports stronger use of audit outcome, consolidated audit summary reports, and technical cooperation to assist developing countries in addressing identified gaps. Nigeria therefore supports the action requested of Council and encourages a practical capacity building, capacity development oriented approach as the organization moves into second IMSAS audit cycle. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we thank you, South Africa, for hosting the coffee break just now. Malaysia welcomed the Secretary General Progress Report on the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, IMSAS, and commends the Secretariat for successfully progressing towards the completion of first mandatory audit cycle. Having undergone IMSAS audit in 2023, Malaysia recognizes the importance of timely implementation of corrective action plans and remains committed to the effective follow-up process. Malaysia encourages all audit member states to submit the required information and supporting evidence promptly to facilitate the completion of audit follow-up activities. We also acknowledge the value of greater transparency through the voluntary releases of audit report and will continue to consider this positively. Malaysia welcomes the preparation for the second audit cycle, including the revised framework and procedure under Resolution A121134 and the development of the IMSAS continuous monitoring mechanism. We support a risk-based, data-driven approach while recognizing the importance of capacity building. Malaysia also welcomes effort to enhance diversity among auditors and remain committed to supporting the successful implementation of the second audit cycle. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. And I now invite observer states, beginning with the delegation of Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. Our delegation would like to bring hearty and warm condolences from the President and the people of the Republic of Ghana to the people of Venezuela for the devastating earthquake that wrecked their country. Would also like to thank our delegations who have offered refreshments since yesterday. Chair, we commend the Secretary General for document C137/8 and C137/8/1. The completion of the first audit cycle is a significant achievement for the organization. Over the last decade, the audit scheme has become much more than a mechanism for assessing compliance. It has matured into a practical means of helping member states strengthen their maritime administrations and improve the implementation of mandatory IMO instruments. Ghana welcomes the progress made in completing the first audit cycle and supports the preparations for the commencement of the second cycle. We also support the proposed audit schedule and the continued efforts to conclude outstanding follow-up activities, recognizing that timely implementation of corrective action plans is essential if the full value of the scheme is to be realized. The move towards a risk-based approach for the second audit cycle is both timely and appropriate. Giving greater consideration to the status of corrective actions when determining audit priorities will allow the organization to focus attention where it is most needed. At the same time, this approach will only be as effective as the quality and timeliness of the information provided by member states. Ghana, therefore, sees considerable value in the development of the continuous monitoring platform. If properly implemented, it will enable administrations to identify implementation gaps much earlier, monitor progress more effectively, and maintain a closer dialogue with the Secretariat through the audit cycle. That represents an important shift from periodic assessment to continuous improvement. We also encourage member states to continue supporting the scheme by submitting corrective action updates on time, authorizing the sharing of audit information where appropriate, and nominating qualified auditors, including women and young professionals, to strengthen the global pool of expertise. These practical measures will reinforce both the credibility and sustainability of the scheme. For Ghana, the overriding lesson from the first audit cycle is clear. Strong implementation is not achieved through audits alone. It depends on sustained national commitment, effective institutions, and a willingness to translate audit findings into lasting improvements. It is in that spirit that Ghana supports the actions requested of the Council under both documents. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Ghana. United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. Our sincere condolences to Venezuela for earthquake tragedy, and thanks to South Africa for coffee break today, and Malaysia and Philippines for sponsoring coffee break yesterday. Happy World Kiswahili Day to fellow East Africans and the entire continent. Mr. Chair, the United Republic of Tanzania expresses its appreciations to the Secretary General for the progress report contained in document C137/8 and on the implementation of the IMO member state audit scheme. We also commend the Secretariat for its continued technical assistance, capacity building support, and systematic engagement with member states in strengthening the effective implementation of mandatory IMO instruments. Tanzania considers IMSAS to be an essential governance and compliance mechanism within the IMO framework. It provides member states with an objective basis for assessing institutional performance, strengthening maritime administration, and ensuring the uniform, effective, and sustainable implementation of obligations under the IMO Instruments Implementation Code, the III Code. Following the successful completion of its IMSA's audit conducted from 9th to 18th March 2019, United Republic of Tanzania undertook a comprehensive root cause analysis of every finding and observation and adopted a structured corrective action plan supported by national institutional reforms, legislative improvements, and strengthened implementation mechanisms. Mr. Chair, Tanzania has made significant and measurable progress. A permanent National Joint Committee has been established to coordinate the implementation of mandatory IMO instruments across all relevant national institutions. This mechanism is further supported by the National Overall Strategy for Implementation of IMO Instruments 2026-2030 and the National III Code-based IMSA's implementation, monitoring and reporting framework. Together, these instruments provide a coherent national framework for evidence-based monitoring, performance reporting, risk-based planning, and continuous improvement. Tanzania has also strengthened its maritime legal and regulatory capacity, including procedures for tracking and incorporating amendments to IMO instruments, enhanced reporting through GSIS, improved oversight of recognized organizations, strengthened flag state surveyor competence, upgraded port state control procedures, improved GMDSS implementation, and enhanced port reception facilities. Out of 45 approved corrective action plans, 28 have been completed, representing 62.2%. A further 14 corrective actions, which representing 31.1%, are at advanced stages of implementation, while only 3, representing 6.7%, remain outstanding. The remaining actions relate mainly to complex legislative and institutional reforms, including the Marine Casualty Investigation Framework, annual flag state performance evaluation and reporting, and the completion of key maritime regulations. These matters require careful legal, institutional, and procedural alignment to ensure that implementation is not only formal, but also sustainable, verifiable, and fully consistent with the III Code. To that end, Tanzania has put in place quarterly implementation reviews, technical working groups, National Joint Committee oversight, CPI-CAP reporting, and evidence management systems. These arrangements are intended to ensure that all corrective actions are closed on the basis of objective evidence and are institutionalized within the International Maritime Administration. Mr. Chair, Tanzania reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the effective implementation of the III Code, the continuous improvement of its maritime administration, and full compliance with mandatory IMO instruments. We deeply appreciate the continued support of the IMO Secretariat and look forward to sustained collaboration as we complete the remaining actions and further strengthen maritime governance in the United Republic of Tanzania. Chair, with regard to document C-137/8/1, Tanzania notes with appreciation the Secretariat's efforts to strengthen the continuous monitoring mechanism and to develop the supporting digital platform, which are expected to enhance the effectiveness, transparency, and sustainability of the audit scheme. Tanzania considers capacity building and technical cooperation to be essential for the successful implementation of the second audit cycle. The transition to a continuous monitoring and risk-based approach will require member states to strengthen institutional capacity, improve interagency coordination, and ensure the timely collection, validation, and submission of audit-related information. In this regard, Tanzania invites Council members to encourage the Secretariat to continue providing technical cooperation and capacity-building activities tailored to the specific needs and capacities of member states. Such support should, among others, strengthen the implementation of corrective action plans, enhance the competences of single point of contact and national focal points, facilitate the effective use of continuous monitoring platform and GCs, and support the establishment of sustainable national mechanism for maintaining compliance with mandatory IMO instruments beyond the audit process. The United Republic of Tanzania therefore invites the Council to take note of the information provided in these two documents and to consider the actions requested therein. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a la República.
Thank you, United Republic of Tanzania, Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank South Africa for sponsoring refreshments this morning. The delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran thanks the Secretary General for the progress report on the first audit cycle and the information on the preparations for the second cycle of the IMO member state audit scheme. We support the continued implementation of IMSAS as an important mechanism to promote the effective implementation of IMO instruments, identify capacity building needs, and strengthen maritime administrations. We also note that the Islamic Republic of Iran is scheduled to be audited in 2027 at the beginning of the second audit cycle, and we look forward to continued cooperation with the Secretariat in this regard. In our view, it remains essential that IMSAS preserves its technical, cooperative, non-punitive, and capacity-building character. The audit process and any related reporting should support improvement and implementation and should not be used for political purposes or for creating comparative ranking among member states. We also encourage the Secretariat to continue providing guidance, e-training materials, and targeted technical cooperation to member states preparing for the second audit cycle, including through the updated GISIS-based continuous monitoring mechanism. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the Islamic Republic of Iran. Ireland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all the delegations who've hosted coffee breaks so far this week. Ireland supports the statements made by Cyprus, Finland, Italy, France, the Netherlands and Germany in relation to the proposed initiative, which we believe will further enhance the IMO member state audit scheme. Thank you.
Gracias a Irlanda.
Thank you, Ireland. Oman?
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank South Africa for hosting the coffee break today, and we would like to thank the Secretary General for the documents presented. The Sultanate of Oman wishes to express its appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for their ongoing efforts in supporting the implementation of IMSAS, which represents an important tool for enhancing member states' compliance with international maritime instruments and improving the performance of maritime administrations. The Sultanate of Oman believes in the importance of capacity building and the exchange of expertise among member states, so we look forward to hosting a specialized regional workshop on the IMSAS in Muscat in 2027 with the aim of supporting national and regional personnel. Oman also reaffirms its commitment to supporting and empowering national talent and strengthening their presence in international fora. This was reflected in the accreditation of the first Arab auditor to the IMO, a woman auditor, and registering her in IMSAS. This is an achievement that demonstrates the competence of national professionals and contributes to strengthening the presence of Arab women in the international maritime sector. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Oman. Poland?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to Malaysia and Philippines for yesterday's coffee breaks and to South Africa for today's generous hospitality. We also congratulate the Philippines on yesterday's ceremony presenting the scale model of the lighthouse to IMO. In today's turbulent times, the lighthouse is a powerful symbol of maritime safety and the safe return of seafarers and ships to port, reminding us that the safe and security of seafarers must remain our shared priority. On the matter at hand, Poland thanks the Secretariat for the preparation of document C 137/8 and 137/8/1 and welcomes the progress made in the implementation of the IMO member state audit scheme since C 134. As preparations for the second cycle continue, it is important that the audit scheme fully achieves its purpose by promoting continuous improvement, transparency, and effective implementation of IMO instruments. We support the statement delivered by Cyprus and the others. Poland supports action point 19.2, encouraging audited member states to authorize the release of their audit final reports to the public. We believe that the greater transparency will help further leverage the lessons learned from the audits, while fully respecting the voluntary nature of such authorization. Thank you so much.
Gracias a Polonia.
Thank you, Poland. Iraq.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank all countries that hosted us during the coffee breaks. Our delegation supports the IMSAS as a tool for applying the objectives of the organization, and the IMO has accredited an Iraqi national as an auditor, and this is something that we are proud of. We would like to thank the IMO for the valuable technical assistance presented to us that enabled us to raise our standards. We commit to the full implementation of the IMO documents, and we look forward to expanding the scale of the technical assistance to member states. Our experience shows that this system enhances the safety and security of the maritime sector, and we look forward to working very seriously on implementing this. Thank you.
Gracias a Irak, delegación de Kenia.
Thank you, Iraq. Kenya?
It's not there. Thank you, Chair. Kenya already gave its statement. Thank you.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Kenya. Cook Islands, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. The Cook Islands notes the progress made under IMSAS and support continued transparency, timely reporting, and the strengthening of audit follow-up, as these are important for the effective and consistent implementation of mandatory IMO instruments. With respect to the status of implementation of corrective action plans, the annex shows that a number of member states audited in earlier years, including 2016 and 2017, still have corrective action plans recorded as not implemented or only partially implemented, in particular where the annex indicates no under CAP implemented. This means that at the time of issuance of the audit follow-up report, none of the findings or observations had been signed off as implemented. While this does not necessarily mean that no action was taken by the member state, it does indicate that the corrective actions were not verified and closed through the audit follow-up process. We would encourage audited member states to provide timely comments on the progress of implementation of their corrective action plans and any supporting evidence requested through the audit follow-up process. It would also be useful to better understand the reasons why some corrective action plans remain outstanding, including whether this is due to capacity building needs, resource constraints, institutional challenges, legislative gaps, or other factors. Council may recall the work of the Technical Cooperation Committee, in particular document TC 76/7/1, which sets out the detailed needs analysis methodology for corrective action plans. Where delays or non-implementations are linked to capacity building or other assistance needs, that methodology could help identify the root causes and tailor technical cooperation support to enable member states to implement their corrective action plans more effectively. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a las Islas Cook por su...
Thank you, Cook Island, for your comments. And that concludes the speakers list. And following the comments that have been made, I take it that the Council notes the information provided in document C137/8. And with respect to the actions requested of the Council in paragraph 18 of said document, I take it that the Council firstly notes the overall audit schedule and the status of implementation of corrective action plans by individual member states, as set out in the annex of this document, including the rescheduling of the audit of the Syrian Arab Republic at the beginning of the second audit cycle. Paragraphs 3, 4, and 18. Second, encourages audited member states to authorize the Secretariat to release their audit reports, including the audit final report, to the public. Paragraph 8. Third, encourages those member states that have not yet done so to provide the Secretariat with the details of an individual authorized to access member state audit reports through the GSIS module and to update such designation as necessary, as well as to nominate suitably qualified auditors, ensuring inclusivity and diversity, in particular the participation of women and younger professionals in accordance with Circular Letter 5105, paragraphs 10 and 14, and fourthly and finally, invites audited member states to provide the Secretariat with their comments on the progress of the implementation of their corrective action plans. And for those audited member states that are undergoing the audit follow-up process, to provide information and documentary evidence requested through the draft audit follow-up reports in a timely manner. If there are no objections, it is so decided. With regard to document C13781, I take it that the Council notes the information provided in this document, particularly with regard to the preparatory work for the second audit cycle. And if there is no objection, it is also so decided. We'll pause our deliberations under this item here and take a lunch break, returning to consider the item submitted by the United Arab Emirates. A few comments to make. The document of the Islamic Republic of Iran announced yesterday under item 16 is now available on IMO Docs under the reference C137165. And I'd remind you also, for those delegates who are interested, that at 2:15 there will be a group photo session for the alumni of the IMLI and World Maritime University, and that will take place on the escalator to the first floor. And now in the lunch break, I would also advise you that the Secretariat will be making a presentation in the lunch break on the completion of the first audit cycle. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. And we'll see you at 2:30.
Good afternoon, and thanks for being here for this presentation. So it's falling right on time in the middle of the consideration of the agenda item 8, which is not finished yet. So good to do this transition in completing your consideration of agenda item 8 with this presentation. With me today, the team from Member State Audit. We will look at the team at the end of the presentation more in details. And myself, I'm Omar Hussain. I'm the Deputy Director for Subdivision for Member State Audit Implementation Support. And we find out within the Secretariat an important moment to exchange with you throughout this presentation, the milestones from the first cycle toward the second cycle, and particularly within this phase of the transitional between the two cycles. We will try to go together briefly to cover the main results of the first cycle and how audit outcomes are being used for detailed need analysis. We heard this expression today, and this is really bridging between your expectations from the scheme, how we can support particularly developing states, and more particularly seeds and leads for their needs and with regard to their obligations and responsibility from the instrument to which they are party. And the main features of the second audit cycle, including ICMM, I think we are all familiar with those abbreviations now, is the continuous monitoring mechanisms, transparency and future development of the scheme. So the result from the first audit cycle, 168 audits completed, 95 coverage of the member states, 58% on effective implementation has been estimated being as a result from the first cycle. The main root cause identified for shortcomings not achieving our goals was linked to the management. For more details, analysis of consolidated audit summary reports are available from III subcommittee. The last one was III 10 with 82 member states. And the upcoming analysis for next July, in 2 weeks' time, and the documents are already available, will be for 112 audits completed and analyzed. And again, the recurrency of the most root cause is coming from the management aspect. The weakest of III components were the promulgation of the rules and regulations. So the revised framework and procedure, we will look at it later on, is coming with the new graphs, combining or consolidating some standards and their pillars. And one of the pillars is jurisdictions, regulations. That's the result of the analysis from the first audit cycle demonstrated that 20% of the shortcomings are the weakest point from the standards are those related to promulgations, rules and regulations. And of course, the higher number was reporting of requirements. We all know that member states are facing challenges when it comes to fulfilling their obligations in terms of reporting their obligations, rather through GISIS or through different means of reporting to the organization. The first cycle provides evidence base for targeted capacity development. And so we achieved this. It was a lengthy process, but finally we find the way how the audit-driven can be systematically linked to the planning and programming of audit of technical cooperation activity, including projects. And my colleague Yong-Soo today is here also to provide any additional information on that aspect particularly. The first cycle has now been, as Secretary General introduced in documents, has been concluded. The remaining case reflects audit rescheduled, postponed, and this was specifically for reasons. The Council has been reported accordingly, mainly that those member states are not, they are IMO members, right, but they are not party to instrument falling under the scope of the audit, mostly. So there was no meaning of auditing a member state which is not a party to SOLAS or MARPOL, whether they are in the meantime members of the organizations, while 2 or 3 member states has been scheduled for circumstances within their area. The lower number of audit 2021 is no secret to no one. This was of the COVID, bringing the cycle from 7 years to 9 years from the first audit cycle. We were planned to finish in 7 years' time with an average of 25 audits, but we completed in 9 due to the COVID pandemic period, which was raised. No secrets that the higher provisions in the shortcomings are linked to SOLAS, the Mother Convention. This may be for another reason that the non-exhaustive list and the provisions, the high number in this list is linked to SOLAS again, and the high number of the flag state requirement, which is the high components in the standard of the audit, are also under the flag state aspect. So these connections have demonstrated that the result was not a surprise, seeing that the provisions from SOLAS were the more significant and recorded from the first audit cycle, bringing us to focus more on the effectiveness, appropriateness of some of the regulations, and on the targeted technical cooperation activity that may be linked systematically to provisions from the Mother Convention. Right, this slide highlights the auditor's pipeline a bit, training, nominations, inclusions. I thank a lot today interventions. We are seeing the number of women auditors. The trend is showing that we are progressing, and thanks to the Council for its guidance. At any time recalling and reminding member states. We have a concrete example today from Oman. So we have the number of women auditors coming more and more, and the trends demonstrate justified document-based evidence that the number of women auditors is growing with the trend to be more for the second audit cycle, and we thank you for that. So not only nominations of women is high, but also from our side, when auditors are planning their audits, we are more in selections of women auditors to be part of the audit team. So then we are balancing and giving more opportunities to the female auditors to be on the field. We even reached a full team of auditors, of audits, which is a full female one. Good. The process that it has been established when an analysis of outcome from the audits has been established. So analysis is going from III to the parent committees for their appropriateness, effectiveness, but also for the targeted technical cooperation activity. So rather the parent committees will consider whether those provisions identified more recurrence from the audits necessitate or requires any review or any additional guidance or orientations or instructions, or whether those provisions will require a targeted technical cooperation activity which is not within our ITC program identified as such and need to be redeveloped, replanned, or tailor-made for a specific requirements. And of course, the Council is kept updated as the governing organ for the scheme, and that's why we have an agenda items within the Council, and the Assembly also for the reporting from the outcome from the Councils. The number of challenges identified, very similar, of course, because at any single findings, auditors are required to record provisions from the standard of the audit. So this is a requirement for the audit. So therefore, we will find the provisions of the standards of the audit, the most recurrent, to be identified. Good. The second cycle, flow and the process. So as I said, we're moving from 7 years to 9 years, and this was a recommendation from the Joint Working Group to the Council. That Council endorsed it accordingly. We are shifting from 25 audits to 20 audits a year, but with not yearly planning, but 2 yearly planning in grouping. So we are grouping member state by group 1 up to group 5, bringing the number to 9 years with an average of 20 audits a year. The input notification is as usually sent 18 months before to the member states, and member state this time is invited to provide documented for the preparation for the audit that you will see later on 6 months before. The aim today is bringing the analysis from the first audit cycle into second audit cycle, avoid the recurrency of the finding, because our aim is not that the team goes again on the field and find the same result from 9 years before. So the aim is to see any progress has been made, if the findings were not signed off already, at least to not find the same findings for the secondary cycle, is to try to bring the planning and programming for technical cooperation activity within the period of the critical period, which is 3 years after the audit, where the audit follow-up report is completed, where you have in the Annex 1 of your document now under Agenda Item 8, the status of the implementation of the CAP. It's only at this stage that we are releasing the results of the effective implementation of the CAP and its results at the time of the audit follow-up report has been released. So the aim is to having an activity, technical cooperation, after this moment will not be reflected in the document, and the status of implementation of CAP can unfortunately cannot be changed because the milestone has been passed. So we better have to anticipate all our technical cooperation activity in terms of planning, targeting, within the period of 3 years after the audit. That's bring another reflections, which within the TCID divisions, we are looking at it more closely. I will not delay a bit on the DNA. DNA, it has been considered by Technical Cooperation Committee 2 weeks last month, in June, which has been endorsed by member state, and thanks to the committee and its members with regards to this methodology. But just briefly to share that we are now connecting the results from the audit by developing a DNA, a mapping for member states results, audit results. So the audit results is depicted and connects directly to the 11 thematics, the 6 vertical maritimes, and the 5 cross-cutting thematics. And for more details, you may find this in the TCC document. TC 76 is more in details. What those methodology brings us from the first audit cycle? Very interesting. When we exercised the first time that we tested the DNA in reality, it has been demonstrated that if at the global level, we identify that Team 1, where we have the most recurrent shortcomings, represents higher than the legal thematics needs, while the result shows that findings are linked to the capacity to promulgations, capacity to do so, but the real needs of member states, the real identified corrective actions and the root causes are mostly connected to safety measures for the high number of the provisions, as at the beginning of my introduction shows, for SOLAS and other technical provisions. So it's a balance between responsibilities, obligation of the state to promulgate, that is a fact, that is a finding recurrent, but with also how the member state is giving effect to technical provisions has shown this discrepancy. This is at the global level. If we picked up one of the regions, we found that those numbers are specific for every single region. So the needs are changing from the Caribbean to the African or to the Pacific or Asia. And then if you go within this region, we took Africa as an example, we are anonymous, but at this stage of the section of the region we should have. We have to identify one. One individual member state within the same regions are showing different needs and connections to the thematics. While environment may be not an important issue for the global at this point, while safety and legal were the main shortcomings and challenges to achieve, for one individual member state, environment was one of their priorities stemming from the result from the CAP. So meaning that DNA would have been an individual approach first, and then stemming from it to the global response. We need to be, again, looking at real needs and specificity for each member state of this organization. Globally, the region analysis covers finding and observation from all these developing states, that's including seeds and leads, of course, as I said, and it helps to identify where needs are concentrated and supports a more evidence-based approach to regional and thematic priorities. In this graph, which is not secret, it has been released, that shows that the most numbers of the finding, the average is within Asia, the Caribbean, and the Pacific regions, in which also a huge number of concentrated of seats and lists are sitting. So the orientation, this definitely will be feeding the consideration of the next ICCP program, the BNM 1, where funds and allocations and priorities should be sitting, and who will be, in principle, be served with these shortcomings and the result from the first audit cycle. So this is also an informative manner to give inputs into the planning and programming of technical cooperation programs and projects. I will not delay a bit in the root causes. They are different. They can change from one region to another. If for the Pacific, for instance, the policy and procedures are sitting on the second priority, or second identified more recurrent root causes, this is not the case for Asia, where legislation is higher than the policy making. So this is again specificity that needs to be also taken into considerations when we are looking how to address regionally, globally, or individually the needs and the requirements from every single member state. The second audit cycle is not secret to no one. This has been discussed lengthily within the joint working group, was thought about to be established to reduce the burden to member states also, but also to address challenges from the very low corrective action plan implemented during the first audit cycle. And improve the process of the effectiveness, and those lessons learned aims to improve efficiency, to reduce burden, enhance use of resources, increase transparency, and strengthen the link between audits and technical cooperation. Under ICMM, the risk-based approach is based into two pillars: prioritization of the audit and eligibility for limited on-site audit. So under this mechanism, eligibility for a limited on-site audit is based on the three indicators: the SAQ, so the state audit questionnaire, the gap analysis, and the verification index. 6 months prior to the audit, member states are invited to present, to submit those three documents duly completed in format. As I said, they are notified 18 months before. And the audit team, as appointed by the Secretary General, will have the responsibility to assess and to evaluate the content of these three documents with their evidence. If the member state reach a threshold, the assessment of 70% of those three documents, so the audit of this member state will be eligible for a limited on-site audit. In other terms, bring in an audit of 10 days to 2 or 3 days. The common areas will not be, is not excluded from the area of the audit, so that will be always a part one, which is the common areas, that will be systematically audited, but member states eligible for a limited on-site audit may see a big number of areas to be excluded from its audit. The results of those prioritization. So prioritizations is done by the Secretariat based on the revised framework and procedures almost 24 months before the schedule is submitted. So we are calculating in a group based on the order from the first audit cycle of 14 member states, and we are calculating a ratio between the number of findings recorded from the first audit cycle and the number of findings signed off from the first audit cycle. If your ratio is high, you will not be priority. If your ratio is low, you will be placed as a priority to be audited. And this will be recalculated at every stage of next group. So we are now in the preparation for calculation, prioritization of the audit for group 2, and this will be occurred as soon as within, George, when will you have the calculation next, Ruth? Will be next, not this July, the next July. So next July we will be releasing, we will have the order of prioritization for group 2, and we are taking up. The overall schedule of the audit will be this time for second audit cycle submitted to the Assembly with the progress and reporting continuously to the Council in the sessions, in the summer session, mostly. But the overall schedule will go to the Assembly because this will be periodicity of 2 years. We are bringing every year periodicity to 2 years periodicity in line with the schedule of the Council. So please keep an eye on the Assembly documents where the overall schedule is kept. And of course, we will be continuing reporting to the Council any changes in between the sessions of the Assembly. The Council will be monitoring the overall schedule. We did not submit this time because we did not start yet the second audit cycle. So the reporting should start from July 2029 to the Council also. And of course, the overall schedule in the Assembly in the 835. ICMM in general, so we will upload in any case the presentation in the virtual portal, so you may find out more details on the ICMM. But the most critical news, what is coming with the second cycle, is the release to the public of the effective implementation graph. As soon as the audit is completed, the interim report is released to the member states. This graph will be made systematically available to the public through the IMO web page. And this reflects the result of the audit of the member state. Interesting to see if this graph will be moving after 3 years, as we said, when the time of the audit follow-up report and verification of the effectiveness of the implementation of the corrective action plan will be seen. In principle, it should be reached 100% if all the findings, if any, has been identified, were closed, were signed off within the period of the follow-up audit. Right, the recent and future developments. So several supporting actions are underway. The revised auditor's manual, this has been done. It has been released in May. We are updating our training material. We are changing totally our method of delivering of our training. For auditors, we are starting with the basic and advanced course. So the basic is for the auditors and advanced for audit team leaders. And also the workshop for preparation for member state, lessons learned from the first cycle. We are moving to an inductions to the IMSAS at the national level, but we're an advanced course for single points of the contact to assist them how to complete the verification index, gap analysis, and state audit questionnaire. Thank you, Caroline. Good. Other discussions are ongoing with regard to SCCW. I'm pretty sure that you are aware HTW is considering and reviewing the SCCW convention with the possibility of bringing the two systems together, oversight system and IMSAS. That may be lead to a future combinations between the two verifications mechanism between two of them. The new IMSAS book is expected to be released during this summer, consolidating all those documents, and the implementation guidance of the TRIPLI code. That will be discussion also during the TRIPLI. We may have some requests for new outputs, and yeah, member states, of course, they are encouraged to look at the TRIPLI implementation guidance. We definitely need a revision and review, but this will go through, of course, outputs coming from the end of the member states. We have been, for a long time, being a department under the auspices directly of the Secretary General of the organization. Because of the audit, it was the independency. With the new restructuring of the organization, of the Secretariat, the sections has been shifted under the Technical Cooperation Division, and this is for proposed to serve mostly those developing states in providing technical cooperation. Last one. And the team for MSA. So please feel free to get in touch. We have some sampling. We are auditors, so we're working with sampling. We have sampling of audit officers, but distribution of audit officers are mostly done by language. So audit officers are in charge because the audits are conducted in the working languages of the organization. So Eduardo for Latin America mostly, Agi for Asia Pacific, George for Europe, Caroline for Francophone Africa, and bits in cross-cutting. Thanks to Ruth. She's our associated and coordinator for the audit. Without Ruth, everything is transiting. And thanks also to the support from admin Sandra in front of me, George over there. And those are the team that completed the 168 audits during this period. This brings to my end of my presentation. Please feel free. If you have any questions, we will be pleased to respond. Thank you. Aaron, please.
Thank you so much, and thanks for informative presentations from the Secretariat. Much appreciated. First of all, I believe that it's beneficial for all that if this presentation will be shared with the member states. My question is regarding the detailed needs analysis, DNA. That is mostly is related to the, how can I say, is related to the previous audit cycle. And for our case, for example, for Iran, that is due to the current situation and war of aggression, we lost some of our capacities or capabilities for implementation of the IMO's instruments. How we can, ask for the technical cooperation assessment based on our gap analysis, not for the, reactive one, for the proactive one, and for preparing for this second audit cycle. Is it any mechanism in place for doing so? Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Iran, for the questions. And yeah, definitely we will be sharing the PowerPoint presentation with delegation through the virtual portal of in IMO Docs. When it comes to preparation for member states to audit, if you recall, during the voluntary phase, the IMO was offering what we were calling the mock audits. That was a possibility, that mechanism that would have assisting you and even drawing up the DNA from the current situation. Unfortunately, the mock audit is not conducted anymore for the simple reason that we shifted from the voluntary to the mandatory audit. So the organization cannot be at the same time, the scheme cannot be at the same time judge and party, but doing a mock and then coming doing a real audit. So we cannot be second and third audit parties. So this is based from the criteria and the principles of auditing of objectivity. I think it's in your benefits that IMO is not involved in your mock audit. That IMO stays objective, neutral, and coming to see the audit from the state from scratch basis. But we are still encouraging you through the trained auditors that we are training within technical cooperation program as auditors IMSAS to conduct your proper internal audit, or in case of really difficulties in achieving that, you still make requests through the TC portal that you know the way, or reach out to us to tailor-made an activity that can assist you and to conduct your internal proper audits. Nothing prohibited if you don't have DNA from the first audit cycle, through this mechanism that I've just said, to identify those shortcomings and be proactive through the technical cooperation assistance of the organization. Young-Soo, you want to add something on that? Okay. Hope that responds. Yes, Cook Islands.
Thank you, and for the very interesting presentation. With regards to the intervention that we made, I'm not totally clear if if I got it right from what you said. But from what we mentioned, we saw that caps have not been implemented for audits in 2016, 2017. In some cases, you've mentioned the COVID, and you've also mentioned managerial issues. Are there, if I understood correctly what you said, this could be potential reasons, but like, please confirm that if my understanding is correct, first of all. And the second is, are there any other reasons for these caps to not have been implemented in since 2016, 2017? Is it resource constraints or other institutional challenges, or have you investigated this more thoroughly? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for bringing again this discussion. The scheme has boundaries, which is the framework and procedures. The scheme is in 3 phases: preparation, conduct, and reporting. Whatever with COVID was, it's just shifting those 3 segments of the process. When the audit is finished, a member state has 90 days to develop its corrective action plan, and therefore has 3 years to implement this corrective action plan. And after 3 years, you have 4 weeks for the auditors to assess what has been happened in the 3 years with objective evidence. Unfortunately, the scheme doesn't give any period for continuing verification. At a certain point of time, status of audit needs to stop at a point. And this is what the framework and procedures has established. So after 3 years, we communicate with the states. Within the period of 3 years, of course, the member state is reporting to us continuously on the comments on the progress of the implementation of the corrective action plan, the famous CPI-CAPs. So where colleagues, they are monitoring and following. When the time of 3 years finished, between 3 to 4 years, this is what framework procedures says clearly, 3 to 4 years, an audit follow-up is opened. Then we start communicating with member states for 4 weeks. At the end, we are releasing an audit follow-up report. So we cannot reopen again the follow-up report, and this is what you are in the council document as a status. That's what is called status. The objective today is we have this status from the first cycle. We cannot come back and reopen the finding, reopen and start closing, but the objective is avoid this recurrency for the second audit cycle. Now, your question is very valid. What was the reason for the member states not to sign off the finding? This is not, unfortunately, is not falling under the framework and procedure. So auditors has no right to ask member states why you did not sign off the finding. They had the right to ask what are the evidence to sign off, but if it's not signed off, that will be difficult for externals. In any case, it's not under the umbrella of the framework and procedures. It's outside of the scope of it. So that's a question to member state to find out why, in the period of 4 years, legislations could not be released. Maybe they can find the root cause themselves in their corrective action plan for the simple reason because it was not signed off. So the reasons in the root causes are still running and might be still valid that the member state has to look at. But again, this is where technical cooperation, donors, planning of assistance, TC portal can come into the game. So member state today, DNA, is identifying rightly this. So the targeted technical cooperation should go to that as a priority, but not to other activities, because this was the real problem that was lengthy for 4 years without any actions to address it in a timely manner. I hope again that's a response. Good. Iraq, Captain.
Thank you, Omar. Actually, we would like to thank you for your sophisticated presentation. I don't have that much to say. Just I agree with you with the last part of your presentation regarding your team. Especially our country has been through the experience with that great team, actually. It's not a compliment. This is a real. We touch it by ourselves as a member state. So they organized our audit in 2025, December 2025, in very, very great way. So just I would like to say we are so grateful as a member state for you and for the head of the technical cooperation, for His Excellency the Secretary General, for all the assistance that you've offered for Iraq. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain, for your warm word. Thank you very much. Tanzania.
Thank you, and thank you for very elaborative presentation and status of the IMSAS. I think IMSAS is very important not only for the audit, but is for the internal counter check on where are you, what are you in terms of implementation of those mandatory instruments and even beyond. And it's quite fair to have a time limit on the audit so that you can reopen or open the next level. But I think the first audit phase determines the second, and the second determines even the third one and continuous. So for the countries which maybe by the time you're finalizing the assessment and delivering the reports, they were not yet fully implemented, all the corrective action plans, and due to several reasons, to continue updating and implementing so that they can be okay on the next audit phase or the third audit phase. Otherwise, the observations will be recurring on every audit phase. So I think continuing reporting and continuing without, even if it doesn't have any effect for the IMSAS audit, but just to make other member states to understand and to update the GCs and everywhere that you are supposed to get that information is very important, so that you can measure yourself and the other member states. They can know your status and understand what is going on. And probably it will be the phase of, as you said, for the TCID to know where probably to focus on the development or capacity building issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. And thanks to Tanzania for the very pertinent question and specify the need for the member states to provide continuous updating as to the implementation of the corrective action plan, even after the audit follow-up, when it is established whether a corrective action has been implemented or not, and continue to update the platform, the ICMM platform on GIZIS. That will not only help the member states to demonstrate their commitment to the implementation of the mandatory IMO instruments and to the corrective action plan, but also can provide a platform within the state to monitor the actions taken and the progress made in order to implement the corrective action plans. And that was one of the main aims of the revised framework and procedures in a continuous approach to provide a continuous monitoring system to the member states in order to implement their corrective action plans, because this is a continuous process. It's a circle that never ends, always striving for improvement. Thank you.
Ecuador.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for your presentation. If I understood correctly, the IMSA's manual will be outdated for the second cycle of audits. In this context, would be feasible to consider translating the manual into the IMO official languages, given that it's currently available only in English? Thank you.
You are talking about the auditor's manual. The auditor's manual is currently under the process of being translated. At the end of the year, you will have all the official versions.
Thank you so much.
Ghana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. Our next audit is in February 2027. Now, one of our major issues is the fact that we've not been able to domesticate some of the conventions. Now, I want to know from you if there is a special dispensation where you collaborate with the TCID in terms of capacity building so that countries like ours would be able to domesticate such conventions even before the audit comes in. Thank you.
Well, audit, let's put things in their place. Audit stays audit. So what member state chosen as expression is the word audit. And audit works with evidence-based. Audit is not looking about domestication, because it can't call it domestication, transposition, promulgation. Every state is sovereign with its legal mechanism processes. Audit will be looking at your systems to domesticate, to your system to promulgate, to your system to transpose, to your system to give effect. This is what audit will be looking at. This is what auditors, when are on the field, they will be looking at. Interesting to see what was Ghana outcome in their systems 9 years ago in the first audit cycle. That's maybe a good start to find out what were the root causes and whether those root causes are still running. Have we addressed them? Did we sign off? What was the corrective actions identified at that time? And where technical cooperation activities can step in. If your legal mechanism for transposition or promulgations needs for every single amendment that is adopted within this organization needs to go to your parliament if you have a monoist system. And if your process takes 5 years or depend on priorities, so neither auditors or the scheme or IMO can intervene in this flow. However, lessons learned from other member states from the first audit cycle who decided to make their audits to the public available, to some corrective action that you as authorized person can, or every single member state as authorized person can access to, you may learn from other member states how this challenge has been addressed within their legal system. That can be also a lessons learned on that. Hope that responds. Thank you. Good. I think it's time for lunch. I wish you bon appetit to all. And let's resume after the lunch. We have a bit of the agenda outstanding. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes a todas las...
Good afternoon, everyone. And I hope you had a good lunch break. Before we forge ahead with remaining matters under item 8, I'd like to give the floor to the Secretary-General for some information he has for Council.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. I would like to ask for your understanding and to also to think of how you can assist me and my team in particularly to address request of processing documents at the last minute in accordance to Rule 36 of the Rules of Procedure. The reason why I'm making this intervention is because we work based on the practice of the organization and trust. When you request us to process a document in accordance to Rule 36, we take the document in good faith with the information that is provided, including all those that have been added as co-sponsor in the document. We process the document as soon as possible, publish it as soon as possible, in order for you to be able to discuss the document the following day. But one of the challenges is that when we receive the document, we process it and we issue it and it's published. If then afterwards we start getting requests to add co-sponsors and sometimes to remove the co-sponsors that are there, it put us in a really difficult position. So I told my team, and this is on me, I told my team that once the document is published and is expected then to be discussed the following day, we're not going to add more co-sponsors. We're not requesting that every co-sponsor send us an email confirming that yes, they should be there or not. But if this practice persists, you're going to have to help me, but I'm going to have to start doing that as well. Because then I get different comments that whether we allow that for some documents or some submissions and then not for other submissions, and that we're not treating everybody equally. And you know that I remain neutral. I criticize you equally and I'll support you equally. But I also need your help. I know that there are times that things have to happen at the last minute, that the situation continues to evolve. But I do appreciate your understanding with this. So until you, as the Council, decide on a specific guidance, specific rule, because again, I went through the rules of procedures and the method of work, and you won't find anything there. Once we publish the document, I'm not including any other co-sponsor. You will have to submit your own document in support of that document and then wait for the following day, in accordance to Rule 36, to discuss it. And that way you will all be treated equally. And I'll close with one thing. You all agreed to the method of work of the Council. In paragraph 3.6 of the document that you adopted, says member states and international organizations should also endeavor to submit documents as early as possible and not just by the relevant deadlines. I need help. because we have to process the documents as soon as possible and translate them for all of you to discuss them. And if I have to hold the documents until I can confirm all the co-sponsors, whether they are in or they're out, we can come to the Friday and the document's still not going to be published. Sorry for this lengthy intervention, but I thought that it was important that I raise that now, because we're getting several requests, and it is too difficult for me to actually deal with all of them in a way that we can still produce the documents and maintain control on the logistical aspects of the meeting. So I don't need an answer right now. This is what I'm doing this session. You're welcome to submit proposal suggestions of how I can better deal with this in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I would call on Council and observer member states to indeed take account of what the Secretary General has said with regard to the processing of documents by the Secretariat and the difficulties which the Secretariat is encountering, not just this week, but at previous sessions, for example, of Council and other bodies of the IMO. I'm going to turn to the delegation of Saudi Arabia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية نتقدم.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to express condolences and sympathy to the Venezuelan people on these tragic losses and the disaster of the earthquakes, and we do hope that they will recover, all those who have been injured, that is. And we'd also like to thank all those delegations who've offered the coffee breaks. Sir, can we begin, Chair, by expressing our thanks to IMO and the Secretary General for ongoing efforts to enhance maritime safety and security at a difficult time that we are undergoing, and a time which is affecting stability of seas and vital maritime routes. Chair, we'd like to inform you that yesterday evening, a vessel flying the flag of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was subject to an attack, and in this regard, my delegation strongly condemns all attacks against commercial vessels. This delegation reiterates the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's officially declared position, namely its unequivocal condemnation of attacks on commercial shipping which cannot be accepted or justified under any circumstances. The Kingdom further affirms its full right to take all necessary measures to safeguard its security, sovereignty, and safety of vessels flying its flag. Chair, attacks against commercial vessels threaten security and stability and constitute a blatant violation of international conventions and international law. It's a violation of sovereignty, a breach of the Charter of the United Nations and international law, direct threat to freedom of navigation, and a dangerous attempt to disrupt global trade flows and energy supplies, including through threats to the Strait of Hormuz. These repeated attacks come at a time when the world is already facing significant challenges to international shipping. We strongly condemn this dangerous escalation and the direct threat it poses to commercial vessels and the safety of seafarers, as well as an adverse impact on global supply chains. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom's position is firmly grounded in international law, and in particular the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which establishes key principles, including that the Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway through which vessels are entitled to exercise the rights of transit and innocent passage in accordance with international law. This is not acceptable. All countries in the region must ensure safety of ships. And our kingdom also affirms its full commitment to the provisions of the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, SOLAS, particularly with regard to navigational warnings and search and rescue, avoidance of maritime hazards. We'd like to emphasize that seafarers are among those most exposed to danger at times of tension and instability, and in line with the statement by the Secretary-General, who said that there is no justification for attacks against innocent seafarers or civilian ships. We reiterate that protecting them is a collective, humanitarian and model responsibility that cannot be deferred. We would like to confirm that we continue to work within the framework of the IMO in order to enhance maritime safety and security and ensure the sustainability of trade flows and to ensure provision of energy supplies throughout the world, contributing to the stability of international trade and energy supplies to the service of the global economy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you to the delegation of Saudi Arabia. And we are very sorry indeed to hear further news of attack on a merchant ship. I can see requests for the floor from the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait. I understand this is to express solidarity and support for what has just been said by the delegation of Saudi Arabia. I also see Qatar. But could I ask you, please, to bear in mind that we will be having an extensive discussion tomorrow under agenda item 16 for statements relating to the situation in the Straits of Hormuz. So if you are intending to support the intervention of Saudi Arabia, could I please ask you to be brief and, as far as is possible, just to focus on the situation affecting with regard to the crew. United Arab Emirates.
سيد الرئيس
Kuwait, por favor.
Okay.
Kuwait.
Emiratos Árabes, perdón.
نشكر جميع الدول على الاستضافة في
Chair, we'd like to thank all those who have offered us refreshments. We, too, condemn the attacks on commercial ships this morning in the Strait of Hormuz. This constitutes a violation of the freedom of navigation and international shipping. To expose seafarers and all those working in maritime sphere is not acceptable. They've left their families and their homes to work. Sir, these people are trying to earn their living. It's not acceptable that they should be victims of this sort of threat and danger in their work. And we would emphasize our support for freedom of navigation under international law and to guarantee the safety and security of maritime corridors. We should all refrain from taking any action which might jeopardize regional and international stability. Our delegation stands in solidarity with Qatar and Saudi Arabia, given these threats. Thank you.
Gracias a Kuwait. Ahora Emiratos.
Thank you, Kuwait. And now the turn of the United Arab Emirates.
بداية يود هذا الوفد أن يتقدم.
Thank you, sir. Our delegation would like, firstly, to thank South Africa for the coffee break this morning. We'll be very brief, sir, as you have requested. Our delegation would like to express its solidarity with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the State of Kuwait. We know that under item 16, tomorrow we can address this, and our delegation will have clarifications to make and documents to submit under this. Thank you.
Gracias, Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you. The delegation of Qatar.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. The State of Qatar would like to express its total condemnation of the attack on a Qatari tanker called Arakiat in passing through or transiting the Strait of Hormuz. After the the attack constitutes an unacceptable deed. It is a threat to international shipping and energy supplies across the world, and is a violation of the provisions of international law, in particular those rules which ensure freedom of navigation and safe passage in maritime corridors. The State of Qatar demands that the Islamic Republic of Iran immediately cease all actions that threaten international shipping and peace, stability in the region, and to put an end to threats affecting energy supplies and resources in the region. They are responsible for this attack and the damage and the impacts arising from it. My country's delegation associates itself with the statement made by the delegation of Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Gracias a la delegación de.
Thank you, Qatar. I'd like to turn to the Secretary General to say something on this. Thank you, sir. And of course, I've been following the development of the situation affecting these two ships which came under attack this morning. I didn't provide the information, not only because I hope to provide information tomorrow in the course of the discussion on item 16, but also because at this moment with my team we're trying to gather all the information available, and also particularly with regard to the situation of the crew of both vessels, and that's always my first and foremost aim. And so tomorrow I hope to be able to offer you further information, particularly with regard to the crew.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General, and we will await further information from you tomorrow with regard to the situation of the crew. And with that, we are going to revert to our discussions under item 8. There's still one document under consideration here, namely C-13782, the United Arab Emirates. And I'd like to ask that delegation now to introduce the document. Thank you, sir. In accordance with the revised framework and procedures for the IMO member state audit scheme, as set out in Resolution A121134, Annex Part 1, paragraph 6.3.6, that a limited disclosure of information depicting the level of effective implementation of the III code should be made available in a graphical form to the public through a web-based platform. In this context, the United Arab Emirates prepared 2 graphs, as set out in the annex to the document, showing the application of the methodology to measure the level of implementation of the provisions of the III code against the 9 components or areas. Graph 1 presents the effective implementation percentage, EI percentage, based on the final audit report from 2016, and Graph 2 presents the EI percentage based on the follow-up audit result in 2021. Following the implementation of corrective actions and the partial sign-off of findings and observations. Chair. Presenting the audit results in this visual format enables Member States, the Secretariat and the technical cooperation partners to better monitor progress over time. This also provides insights into the effectiveness of capacity development projects and contributes to the achievement of the organization's strategic directions, particularly on regulatory implementation and targeted technical assistance. By way of conclusion, the action requested can be found at paragraph 13 of the document. Thank you.
Gracias a los Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Thank you to the UAE. And can I now ask Council to comment on this document?
Delegación de India.
Delegation of India.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to methodology relating to effective implementation percentage and the limited public disclosure of audit outcomes, India considers that any performance indicator should be interpreted carefully and should not result in unintended comparison or ranking amongst the member states. Effective implementation depends upon differing legal system, institutional arrangements, available resources, and national capacities. Accordingly, graphical representation or implementation indicator should always be accompanied by appropriate context and should continue to support the development and cooperative objective of the scheme. India also believes that public disclosure of audit-related information should continue to respect the framework adopted by the Assembly and the consent of member states. Indian delegation encourages continued technical cooperation and capacity building support for developing countries to ensure that the second audit cycle contribution to genuine improvement in implementation across all member states. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you, India. Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. Turkey thanks the United Arab Emirates for the document and for sharing the experience on the use of effective implementation percentage methodology under the IMSAS. We see value in presenting audit and follow-up results in a limited graphical format, as this may support transparency, help identify areas for improvement, and guide technical cooperation in a more targeted manner. At the same time, we underline that any release of information, particularly from the first audit cycle, should remain strictly voluntary and subject to an explicit content of the audit member state. We also believe that EI percentage data should be properly contextualized and should not be used for ranking, comparison, or naming and shaming member states. IMSAS should remain a cooperative and improvement-oriented mechanism. With these understandings, Turkey can support further consideration of this proposal. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Turquía.
Thank you, Turkey. Greece, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, we would like to express our sincere condolences to the people of Venezuela for the devastating earthquake. Our thoughts are with the victims and all affected from this tragedy. We thank also Malaysia, Philippines, and South Africa for the kind offerings. Greece would like to express its appreciation to the United Arab Emirates for submitting the document under examination. For Greece, the effective, consistent, and globally uniform implementation of IMO instruments remains a fundamental priority. Such implementation is essential to ensuring maritime safety, the protection of human life at sea, and the marine environment, while at the same time safeguarding a level playing field and the smooth functioning of international shipping. Greece continues to strongly support the IMO member state audit scheme as a key mechanism for promoting the effective implementation of IMO instrument and for assisting member states in identifying areas where further improvement and capacity building efforts may be required. In this context, we welcome and support in principle the proposal submitted by the United Arab Emirates. We recognize the value of presenting on a voluntary basis limited information in a graphical form illustrating the percentage of effective implementation, as this may enhance transparency, facilitate the monitoring of progress over time, and encourage the sharing of good practices among member states, while fully respecting the framework of procedures of audit scheme. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. To the delegation of Greece. Germany, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to South Africa for the refreshments earlier today. Germany thanks also the United Arab Emirates for submitting the document. This delegation also welcomes the revised framework and procedures for the IMO member state audit scheme. Regarding the proposal of the United Arab Emirates in paragraphs 11 and 12 and action point 12.3, Germany supports to encourage audited member states to consider authorizing the Secretariat to release in addition and on a voluntary basis their respective EI level percentage graphs for the first audit cycle. Thereby, this delegation considers it important that the information is only used for the intended purposes. Thank you.
Gracias a...
Thank you to the delegation of Germany. Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of the Netherlands welcomes and supports the proposal done by the distinguished delegation of the United Arab Emirates, stating to consider authorizing the Secretariat to release in addition their respective percentage of effective implementation graphs from the first audit cycle, as we believe that Council 134, by approving the report of the Joint Working Group MSA 9, already embraced the principle of transparency and disclosure. Nothing stands in its way. So besides the graphs of percentage of effective implementation, we are also looking forward to the periodic release of status reports on the implementation of corrective action plans for consideration by the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los...
Thank you, Netherlands. Cyprus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies to the interpreters for a slight alteration to our statement. Cyprus supports the proposal by the United Arab Emirates in paragraph 12.3 of this document, encouraging audited member states to consider authorizing the Secretariat to release their respective percentage of effective implementation graphs from the first audit cycle. We believe that this initiative, together with the initiatives presented in documents C137/8 and C137/8/1, will contribute to the continued success and value of the IMO member state audit scheme. Thank you.
Gracias
Thank you, Cyprus. Ireland?
Thank you, Chair. Ireland supports the statements made by Cyprus, Germany and the Netherlands in relation to the proposal in paragraph 12.3 of the document. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Irlanda.
Thank you, Ireland. Finland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Finland thanks the United Arab Emirates for this document. We align with Greece, the Netherlands, Cyprus and Ireland and wish to express our support especially to the proposal in paragraph 12.3 in the document. We hope the Council can encourage Member States to consider authorizing the Secretariat to release, in addition, their respective percentage of effective implementation graphs from the first audit cycle. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Finland.
Thank you very much, Finland. France. Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. The delegation of France would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for their proposal contained in document 8.2, allowing the making available to the public of two graphs illustrating the percentage of the effective implementation of IMO instruments in the context of the second audit cycle. In line with our statement under document 8, given this morning, and like other delegations before us, we support this proposal, which enhances transparency and enables a better understanding of the context and outcomes of audits in the 9 predefined areas. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, France. Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. First, the Republic of Korea would like to thank South Africa, Malaysia, and the Philippines for kindly hosting yesterday and today's coffee break. The Republic of Korea would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for submitting this valuable document. We particularly appreciate its clear graphical illustration of the effective implementation of IMO instruments at 2 stages, following the final audit report and following the audit follow-up process. Considering that one of the objectives of IMSAS is to foster a culture of continuous improvement, the Republic of Korea believes that this proposal is both meaningful and practical. It reflects the progress achieved in implementation of IMO instruments, as well as the continued efforts made by the audited member state through collective actions. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Delegation of South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. My delegation thanks the distinguished delegation of the UAE for introducing document C137/8/2. Chair, we raised our flag to simply support the proposals contained in paragraphs 11 and 12 of the UAE document. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, South Africa. Delegation of Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. We simply take the opportunity, sir, to express
support for the UAE document. We are short. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Nigeria. Poland?
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief as well. I would like to thank also for this document submitted by the United Arab Emirates. Also, we aligned itself with the statements delivered by Cyprus, Ireland, Finland, and the others. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Poland. Delegation of Malaysia.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Malaysia support the objective of the revised IMSAS framework and recognize the value of measuring effective implementation using the EI percentage methodology as an internal improvement tool. However, Malaysia considered that any public disclosure of audit outcome should remain strictly voluntary and should not evolve into a benchmarking or ranking mechanism among member states. The IMSAS was established as a cooperative capacity building program, and its integrity should continue to be preserved by ensuring that audit results are interpreted within the context of each member state legal, institutional, and resource circumstances. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the delegation of Malaysia. And if you'll allow me a minute to consider this matter.
Muchas gracias a todas las delegaciones.
Thank you to all of the delegations who've spoken under this item in considering this document. I understand that the proposal of the United Arab Emirates has received support from the delegations who've taken the floor. There have also been comments relating to certain aspects to be borne in mind when interpreting this information for future publication in a graphic format. The understanding is that it will be on a voluntary basis, and bearing in mind that providing this information in the graphical format would be with a view to enhancing transparency, facilitating the communication of information. The objective would not to be a ranking or classification with regard to level of achievement. So on that basis, I take it that it can be included as part of the decision that I would propose. I take it that the Council can recognise the importance of providing voluntarily for the first audit cycle the release of information in a graphical format. I also understand that the Council encourages audited members to voluntarily authorise the disclosure of such information, and finally that it requests to the Secretariat that it develop and communicate that graphical format in the first cycle of audits for states voluntarily deciding to release the information in a graphical format depicting the level of effective implementation of the III code and, as applicable, audit follow-up outcomes. If there is no objection, it is so decided. Cook Islands, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. A quick question, if I may. The IMSIS audit.
Disculpe.
Apologies, we are experiencing difficulty in hearing you.
Hello?
Ahora le escuchamos.
Yes, now we can hear you perfectly.
How these headphones help if you put them on. If I may, IMSIS. IMSIS is a SOLAS matter under the purview and the remit of the MSC. Why are we addressing a council when surely this is within the remit and the competence of the Maritime Safety Committee? Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you to the delegation of the Cook Islands for your comment. I'll recall in that respect that matters relating to IMSAS are covered by a number of IMO instruments, not just SOLAS, but others as well. The Assembly resolution on the Member State Audit Scheme identifies the Council as the competent organ to deal with matters relating to the audit, and that is why the Council has included such matters on its agenda.
Con esto terminaríamos.
And that concludes item 8 of our agenda, and we would now turn to agenda item 10, on the report of the Marine Environment Protection Committee. Under this item on the agenda, document C13710 has been submitted, reporting on the outcome of the 84th session of the Marine Environment Protection Committee. I'd wish to advise that the chair of the committee, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, is present in the room and stands ready to provide any clarifications if required from Council. And I'd now invite the Secretary-General to introduce the report and make any observations he may wish in relation to the work of the committee. Thank you, Chair. The outcome of the 84th session of the committee is summarised in document C13710. With regard to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships, I'm encouraged that the discussions on the midterm measures have returned to a constructive path, with a commitment and willingness to work together towards forging a broader consensus and advancing convergence on a global measure. The agreement to hold 2 intersessional meetings ahead of MEPC 85 provides a valuable opportunity to translate this commitment into concrete progress. I remain optimistic that through continued dialogue, mutual understanding and goodwill, members will be able to bridge remaining differences and reach an outcome that is balanced and broadly supported, thereby reinforcing the IMO's leadership in addressing the challenge of greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping. Finally, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Chair of the Committee, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, for his strong leadership in guiding the Committee with efficiency and resolve, and for successfully steering discussions on complex and sensitive matters. I also wish to thank the Vice Chair, Mr. Han Chang-Tan of Singapore, for his valuable support, and to commend the dedicated staff of the Marine Environment Division for their hard work and commitment. Thank
you. Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary-General. I would now invite Council to comment on the report of the 84th session of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, and in particular on the actions requested of the Council, as well as the comments just made by the Secretary-General. The floor is open.
De no haber delegación de Estado.
Delegation of the United States.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for the information provided in document C-137/10. The United States supports aligning international and domestic ballast water standards to prevent invasive species while ensuring port state directives remain risk-based and operationally practical, especially in demanding environments like the Great Lakes. Likewise, with regard to underwater radiated noise, we support the 2-year extension of the experience building phase and the development of an IMO policy roadmap to advance global technical standards without imposing undue burdens on our domestic maritime industry. Coordinating closely with industry, the United States advocates for the development of mandatory safety measures for transporting plastic pellets through MARPOL and SOLAS. We conditionally support the proposal for voluntary reporting with confirmation from the Secretariat that it has the capacity to collect and manage this data securely. On biofouling, the United States supports establishing a standalone international code, prioritizing alignment with our existing domestic regulations under the Vessel Incidental Discharge Act to maintain global regulatory consistency. As Ambassador Stevens noted in his statement here this morning, the United States remains strongly opposed to the IMO net zero framework on the grounds that it would be, in effect, a global carbon tax that would impose substantial, unnecessary costs on shipping, energy producers, and consumers worldwide. The U.S. delegation engaged constructively at MEPC 84, where we heard from a broad cross-section of member states that there is insufficient support for the NZF and growing interest in exploring alternative approaches. We remain ready to engage at the upcoming ISWG and MEPC 85 meetings this fall to advance discussion of such alternatives, including the proposal submitted by Liberia. Thank you.
Gracias a los Estados.
Thank you, United States. Chile, please. Thank you, Chair. We are grateful for the introduction of the report relating to the 84th session of the MEPC. The report reflects the scope and strategic relevance of the organization's environmental agenda, and in particular, the reduction of greenhouse gases remains one of the most key and complex challenges on our agenda for its global scope and its impact on international maritime transport. We believe it essential that the organization continues working on this process through constructive dialogue and consensus building as a basis for finding shared solutions. And at the same time, Chile would like to emphasize that MEPC 84 report contains work areas which will generate relevant effects in the future development of maritime transport, including the prevention of new sources of maritime pollution, ballast water management, biofouling, radiated submarine noise, marine plastic litter, and the link between the work of the IMO and the BBNJ agreement. These issues confirm for Chile that the protection of the marine environment requires an integrated, technically robust, and effectively implementable regulatory approach, which can be effectively worked on by member state. So we think it's important that the Council take note of the report and endorse the intersessional meetings approved by the committee with a view to allowing continuity in work and the facilitation of convergence on outstanding issues. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa thanks the Secretary-General for introducing document C137/10 on the outcome of the 84th session of MEPC. Having participated actively throughout MEPC 84, South Africa is pleased to support the report in general and its transmission to the 34th session of Assembly. The outcomes of MEPC 84 reflect the committee's continued commitment to advancing a balanced and ambitious environmental agenda. South Africa particularly welcomes the progress made on the implementation of the 2023 IMO GHG strategy, including the continued development of the work throughout strengthened intersessional engagements, the approval of the terms of reference for the 5th IMO GHG study, and continued advancement of the life cycle assessment framework. We also welcome the adoption of the 2026 strategy and action plan to address marine plastic litter from ships, as well as progress on ballast water management, energy efficiency, and pollution prevention. South Africa looks forward to continuing to engage constructively on these processes and supports the Council's approval of actions requested of Council as contained in paragraph 45 of the report before us. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, South Africa. Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. Nigeria thanks the Marine Environment Protection Committee for the important outcomes of its 84th session and commends the Chair, the Vice Chair, and the Secretariat for guiding substantial work across marine protection, marine environmental protection, ballast water management, air pollution, energy efficiency, marine plastic litter, biofouling, underwater radiated noise, and the environmental implications of emerging fuels and technologies. Nigeria particularly welcomes the continued focus on implementation, the use of digital tools, the 5th IMO GHG study, and the further developments of the life cycle GHG assessment framework, which must remain scientifically robust, transparent, fair to all fuel pathways and regions. Nigeria reaffirms its commitment to IMO's 2023 GHG strategy and to a just and equitable transition that avoids disproportionate impact on developing countries, particularly African states. As the organization advances discussions on midterm measures and the IMO Net Zero framework, Nigeria encourages broader consensus, predictable technical cooperation, capacity building, technology transfer, and support for states whose trade, food security, and energy access may be most exposed. Nigeria supports the Council in noting the report and endorsing the relevant intersectional work, while emphasizing that ambition and equity must continue to advance together. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you. Nigeria, Saudi Arabia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Secretary General for the presentation of the MEPC report, and we would also like to thank the Chair and Vice Chairs and the Secretariat for the efforts they have put into presenting such important and sensitive issues. Saudi Arabia would like to support the intervention by the United States when it comes to the amendments to the MARPOL Convention and the proposal presented by Liberia. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Mexico. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for the submission of the report of the MEPC and restate our commitment to the strategic goals of the organisation with regard to decarbonisation and environmental protection. Here, we'd like to express full support for the report and the key decisions taken at MEPC 84. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a México.
Thank you. Mexico. Delegation of Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. MEPC 84 reflects an important shift in the organization's environmental work. The discussion is no longer centered on individual regulations. Increasingly, it is about how different environmental measures fit together to support a shipping industry that is both cleaner and more resilient. That broader perspective is evident throughout the committee's work. Progress on greenhouse gas reduction sits alongside advances in ballast water management, marine plastic litter, biofouling, underwater radiated noise, and air pollution. Considered individually, each is significant. Taken together, they point towards a more integrated approach to protecting the marine environment. The committee also recognized the importance of preparing for emerging issues before they become established challenges. The decision to begin new work on ozone-depleting substances and the environmental aspect of maritime autonomous surface shift reflect that way of thinking. It is easier to build sound regulatory framework easily early than to adopt them after technology has moved ahead. Another encouraging development is the continued emphasis on marine digitalization. Better environmental governance increasingly depends on better information. Reliable data, interoperable digital system, and effective information sharing will all play a larger role in supporting implementation, compliance, and evidence-based policy making. For developing countries, maintaining momentum across these work streams is particularly important. Environmental protection and sustainable maritime development should continue to reinforce one another. The transition to greener shipping will be most effective when it is accompanied by practical cooperation, technical support, and solutions that are capable of being implemented by all member states. Ghana appreciates the balanced progress achieved by MEPC 84 and looks forward to the continued advancement of this important work. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Ghana.
Thank you, Ghana. Kenya, please.
And thank you, Chair. The Kenyan delegation thanks the Secretary General for presentation of document C-13710. Kenya commends the Marine Environment Protection Committee for the substantive and the balanced outcomes of its 84th session, particularly on progress made across ship energy efficiency, ballast water management, marine plastic litter, biofouling, pollution prevention, and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships. Kenya especially welcomes the committee's reaffirmation that all delegations remain committed to achieving broader convergence on the IMO's midterm measures, and its decision to strengthen intersessional arrangements to facilitate focused discussions. As this work advances, it's essential that the eventual global framework is not only environmentally ambitious, but also equitable, practical, and implementable for developing countries, including through meaningful capacity building, access to technology, and accessible financial support. Kenya, therefore, supports the Council taking note of the committee's report and endorsing the additional intersessional GHG meetings as an important opportunity to build the confidence and the common ground needed for the globally agreed outcome. Thank you, Chair. I submit.
Gracias, Kenya.
Thank you, Kenya. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil would like to thank the distinguished delegation of Philippines for the coffee break this morning and would like to express its support to the decisions of the report and congratulate Chair and Vice Chair and all involved in the serious work that resulted in those decisions during the committee's work. We would also like to align ourselves with the statement made by South Africa, and we look forward to participating in constructive discussions in the intersessional working groups toward a consistent framework coherent with the terms of reference and capable of achieving the goals set on the 2023 IMO strategy on reduction of GHG emissions from ships. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Brazil. Malaysia.
Thank you, Brazil. Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia thanks the Secretary General for document C-13710 and welcomes the strong progress achieved during MEPC 84, particularly on GHG reduction, maritime digitalization, marine environmental protection, and future mass governance. Malaysia supports practical, balanced, and globally consistent IMO measures that remain implementable, safeguard developing countries' interests, and ensure sustainable international shipping. Malaysia remains committed to constructive cooperation and consensus-based solutions within IMO. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. Following those remarks, I would now invite Council to address the actions requested of it by MEPC 84 and which are set out in paragraph 45 of document C13710. As most of the action items concern requests for Council to note information on decisions or progress made on relevant agenda items, I would suggest that we take due note of them. With regard to action items 45.17 and 45.21, I take it that Council endorses the new outputs on amendments to Regulation 12 of MARPOL Annex 6 to prohibit the reintroduction of ozone-depleting substances on ships and measures to address maritime autonomous surface ships, MAS, in the instruments under the purview of MEPC for inclusion in the biennial agenda of the committee, assigning the PPR subcommittee as the associated organ. That's paragraphs 14.3 and 14.7, and endorses the holding of the 22nd and 23rd meetings of the Intersessional Working Group on Greenhouse Gases, the ISWG-GHG, and the intersessional meeting of the ESPH Technical Group in 2027, paragraphs 14.27 and 14.28. And with that, I propose Council approves the report of the 84th session of the Marine Environment Protection Committee in general and transmits it with its comments and recommendations to the Assembly at its 35th session in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention. If there's no objection, it is so decided.
Pasamos ahora a considerar.
So let's move on to item 11 of our agenda. And that, of course, is the report of the Legal Committee. We'll begin with consideration of C137/11, which reports on the outcome of the Legal Committee at its 113th session. And I'd now like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce the report of the Legal Committee and make any observations he may wish. Thank you, Chair. The full report of the 113th session of the Legal Committee has been published as documents Leg 11319 and Leg 11319 add 1 and is summarised in document C137/11. An important achievement of the committee was the adoption of the guidelines on the registration of ships, the first international guidelines to improve transparency and due diligence in ship registration, as well as to prevent fraudulent registrations and misuse of flags by providing practical measures to strengthen verification and ensure accurate ownership records, and to improve oversight of registration procedures. The committee continued its consideration of seafarer abandonment cases and noted with serious concern that in 2025, 409 new cases were reported, and that significantly exceeds all previous annual records, with 185 of them lacking the mandatory financial security required under the Maritime Labour Convention 2006. Leg 113 further requested the joint ILO-IMO tripartite working group to consider the development of a standard operating procedure with clear timelines and trigger points to facilitate timely action by authorities in urgent abandonment cases. The committee also called on states and relevant stakeholders to strengthen cooperation, analyse the root causes of abandonment, and to take measures aimed at reducing the number of cases. The committee further stressed the importance of ensuring the fair treatment of seafarers detained on suspicion of committing crimes and highlighted the need for wider coordination among member states in this regard. I'd like to thank the committee's chair, Mr. Diego Ramirez of the Marshall Islands, for steering the committee successfully, and the vice chair, Ms. Lydia Markari Kyriakou of Cyprus, for her support to the committee during the session. And I'd also like to recognise the hardworking and committed staff of the Legal Affairs and External Relations Division. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I'd now like to invite Council for general comments on the report of the 113th session of the committee and the statement which has just been made by the Secretary General, and in particular the specific action items set out in paragraph 25 of document C13711. Floor is open.
La Federación de Rusia tiene la palabra.
Russian Federation.
Bless you. Спасибо.
Thank you, Chair. Good day to you and to colleagues. Secretary General. First of all, we'd like to thank all of those delegations who have sponsored the breaks yesterday and today. They make our life sweeter. Chair, in connection with the report of the Legal Committee of the last session, we have a statement which repeats what we said in the process of work at the Legal Committee. Having said that, first of all, we'd like to thank the chair of the committee, Diego Ramirez from the Marshall Islands, and our vice chair. In connection with the approval by the Legal Committee of the guidelines on the registration of ships, allow me once again to clearly state our principled position regarding the practice of imposing unilateral restrictive measures, which is assuming increasingly alarming proportions in international shipping. Our position is unwavering and principled. Any unilateral sanctions imposed by individual states or their groupings bypassing the United Nations Security Council are illegal and illegitimate. We recall that, in accordance with the UN Charter, the authority to impose international sanctions rests exclusively with the Security Council. All other restrictive measures have no international legal basis beyond the jurisdiction of the state that imposes them. In this regard, we find it absolutely unacceptable to include in the guidelines developed under the auspices of a specialized UN agency, our organization, a requirement to take into account when registering ships the sanctions list of third countries. This constitutes an unlawful extraterritorial application of foreign law and a direct encroachment upon the sovereign right of the flag state, as enshrined in Article 91 of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Such practices grossly violate the letter and spirit of UNCLOS, which is the cornerstone of international maritime law and is not without reason referred to as the Constitution of the Oceans. Furthermore, we would like to emphasize in particular that the deletion of a ship from the National Register, as provided for in the guidelines, should in no case be regarded as a standard or primary measure. The flag state is obliged to use all available mechanisms to bring the ship into compliance with applicable standards. Deletion from the register is an extreme, exceptional measure which should be applied only after all other means of influence have been exhausted and in strict accordance with clearly defined transparent procedures, national legislation, and international obligations. Hasty and unjustified removal of a ship from the register, especially without proper notification to the ship owner and the international community, not only violates the rights of legitimate participants in economic activities, but also directly contradicts the spirit of Article 94 of UNCLOS, which requires the flag state to exercise effective control, not to abandon it. Moreover, such practice creates the dangerous situation mentioned above, in which a ship, suddenly deprived of its flag, becomes vulnerable to unjustified detentions and unlawful actions on the high seas. In this connection, we consider it necessary to express our particular concern regarding the transfer of the administration of ship registries to commercial entities. Article 94 of UNCLOS directly imposes on flag states the duty to effectively exercise its jurisdiction and control in administrative, technical, and social matters over ships flying its flag. This is not merely a formal requirement. It is a fundamental legal obligation intrinsically linked to sovereignty. The transfer of these functions to private operators, the commercialization of ship registries, inevitably weakens state control, erodes the principle of genuine link between the ship and the flag state, as enshrined in Article 91 of UNCLOS, and reduces the relationship between the flag state and the ship owner to a purely economic dimension, which ultimately creates fertile ground for abuse. We are convinced that flag states must retain all levers of direct control over registration processes. Any form of delegation of authority to third parties must be strictly limited, transparent, and accompanied by effective oversight mechanisms. The IMO guidelines, which are intended to prevent fraudulent registration, should not create even indirect preconditions for their emergence through the commercialization of ship registries. Thank you for your attention.
Gracias a la Federación de Rusia.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Gunnar, please.
Thank you, Chair. Leg 113 reminds us that confidence in international shipping rests as much on sound legal governance as it does on technical standards. Ships may operate across oceans, but they do so within a legal framework that must remain credible, responsive, and capable of adapting to change. The continual rise in seafarer abandonment cases is therefore a matter of real concern. Beyond the numbers are individuals who find themselves without wages, support, or a clear path home. Addressing this challenge will require more than effective reporting. A call for stronger implementation of existing obligations and greater accountability across the maritime sector. The committee's work on the guidelines for the registration of ships is equally important. The integrity of the flag state system underpins confidence in international shipping. Fraudulent registries and deceptive registration practices not only weaken that confidence, they create opportunities for substandard shipping and undermine fair competition. Strengthening transparency and due diligence in ship registration is therefore in the interest of every member state. Ghana also welcomes the committee's continued work on liability and compensation in relation to alternative fuels. The transition to cleaner shipping should be matched by legal frameworks that provide clarity, predictability, and adequate protection when incidents occur. Overall, Leg 113 demonstrates a legal committee that is responding to today's challenges while preparing for those that are still emerging. Ghana appreciates the progress achieved and looks forward to the continued development of this important work. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Ghana.
Thank you. Ghana, India, please.
Thank you, Chair. India welcomes the report of 130th session of the Legal Committee, and in particular the progress made in strengthening the measures to address seafarers' abandonment and support the effective implementation of the Maritime Labour Convention. Chair, India is pleased to inform the Council that India has strengthened its support mechanism for seafarers through a 24/7 seafarer assistance portal and a crisis response system via Quick Response Team to facilitate timely assistance, coordination, and welfare support for seafarers. Chair, India reiterates the importance of enhanced international cooperation, timely repatriation, and effective financial security mechanism to ensure the protection and welfare of seafarers in all circumstances. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a India.
Thank you. India. China, please.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, my delegation wishes to thank South Africa for kindly sponsoring this morning's coffee break. We also like to thank the Secretary General for preparing document C-13711. Overall, we welcome the series of useful outcomes achieved by the Legal Committee. At the same time, we wish to reiterate our delegation's reservation regarding the paragraphs concerning sanctions adopted in the guidelines on shipping registry. We wish to emphasize that any unilateral sanctions not authorized by the United Nations Security Council are contradictory to international law. Such measures not only undermine the authority of international organizations and the international rules, but also seriously disrupt the normal operation of maritime trade within the rules-based framework. To a large extent, they constitute one of the root causes of irregular shipping practices, including the so-called shadow fleet. instruments adopted by this organization should not require, encourage, or otherwise imply compliance by the organization or its member states with unilateral sanctions that lack authorization from the United Nations Security Council. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la delegación de China.
Thank you, Delegation of China, the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank Secretary General for document C-137/11. The delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran wishes to join and echo of what mentioned and elaborated by distinguished leaders of Russian Federation and China. Any unilateral coercive measures are illegal and should be prohibited at all levels. The delegation of Islamic Republic of Iran takes note of the concern expressed yesterday by the delegation of Cuba regarding the direct impact of unilateral coercive measures on maritime safety, search and rescue, capacity, aids to navigation, pollution prevention, and effective implementation of IMO instruments. On a different note, but related, as indicated in multiple times by this delegation and Russian Federation as well, the discontinuation of the GMDSS services for ships are amongst those unilateral coercive measures that directly endanger safety of life at sea. We kindly request the Council to take note of this information and take action as appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a la República Islámica.
Thank you, Islamic Republic of Iran, and thank you to all delegations for your comments. As most of the action items in paragraph 25 have to do with requests from the Council to note information on decisions or progress made on relevant agenda items, I would suggest that we take due note of them. And further, I take it that Council endorses the inclusion of substantive items on the committee's agenda for Leg 114, set out in Annex 5 to document Leg 11319, and endorses the decision of the committee to hold Leg 114 over 5 meeting days with 8 full sessions of interpretation. With that, I propose that the Council approves the report of the 113th session of the Legal Committee in general, and in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention, transmits it with any comments and recommendations necessary to the 35th session of the Assembly. If there are no objections, it is so decided. Well, it's now 4 o'clock. I think that's time for us to take a break. And when we get back, we will move on to that second item under item 11. And I'd like now to turn to the delegation of Jamaica, who believe they have some information about this tea break.
Thank you, Chair. We do. So this year, Jamaica celebrates 50 years as a member state in the IMO. And we're delighted to share this milestone with delegates and the Secretariat staff. So you're all invited to the Delegates Lounge to enjoy our famous Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee, delicious Jamaican patties, and the sweet sounds of Bob Marley. So come and experience a little of Jamaica's famous hospitality. Thank you.
Well,
Gracias a Jamaica. Nos vemos a las 4:30.
Thank you. We'll meet here again at 4:30.
Buenas tardes de nuevo.
Good afternoon again. Thank you to Jamaica for the coffee, tea and music. And we now move, as I said, to considering the second document under this item, C137111, Egypt et al., relating to proposals on availability of electronic consolidated copies of texts of all IMO treaties, conventions, codes, regulations, and guidelines. I now invite one of the co-sponsors to introduce document C137111, United Arab Emirates. You have the floor.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بداية يود هذا الوقت.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, thank you to Jamaica for the break this afternoon. On behalf of the co-sponsors, this delegation is pleased to introduce document C137/11/1. The Council will recall that the introduction of the IMO e-publications platform provided access to a comprehensive list of IMO publications, including conventions, codes, regulations, recommendations, and guidelines, to ensure that maritime professionals and organisations stay informed and updated with regard to international maritime regulations. Initially, each member state was granted one complementary account for access to the platform as set out in Circular Letter number 4931. However, in response to feedback and requests from member states, the number of users accessing the platform has been increased from 1 to 3 users per member state, as set out in Circular Letter number 5171. In addition, it was noted that full access to the platform would be available for delegates and visitors to the IMO building connected to the IMO's Wi-Fi networks. The co-sponsors are of the view that initially access to e-publications of all IMO treaties, conventions, codes, regulations, and guidelines should be provided to IMO member states and their representatives to the IMO, as well as the representatives of intergovernmental organisations and non-governmental organisations to the IMO. That would be as a first step. Such access should not only be available for delegates and visitors to the IMO building connected to IMO's Wi-Fi networks, but should also be extended to those who have accounts while they work away from the IMO building. This is a measure that could be implemented immediately on the basis of the options outlined in the document. As a second step, and to provide a wider policy of public access to a comprehensive list of IMO publications, including consolidated text of treaties, conventions, and codes, as well as the texts of regulations and guidelines. The Council is then invited to request the Secretariat to liaise with the United Nations and its specialised agencies on their policies related to enhancing public access to treaties, conventions, codes, regulations and guidelines, and secondly, explore and present various options taking into account financial and resource implications, including the impact on revenue supporting technical cooperation activities. And the Council is also invited to ask the Secretariat to put this matter forward for consideration at its 139th session in 2027. The action requested is found in paragraph 14 of the document. Thank you.
Gracias a los Emiratos Árabes por la presentación.
Thank you, United Arab Emirates, for introducing that document. And before opening the floor for comments, I invite the Secretary General to provide some additional information. Secretary General, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair, and of course thank you to the delegations who have presented this document. The Council may recall that, responding to feedback and requests from Member States, the Secretariat increased access to IMO e-publications from 1 to 3 simultaneous users per Member State through a shared account. This is something that has just been mentioned. This access is available both inside and outside the IMO building. The Secretariat has implemented generic accounts in contrast to the use of individual accounts, as administering individual accounts would introduce a significant additional administrative burden for the Secretariat. Responsibility would extend beyond the initial creation of such accounts to their ongoing monitoring and maintenance. Given frequent representatives and role changes, Member State representatives are encouraged to liaise with the country focal points in order to be assigned the use of a license or a number of licenses. Furthermore, access to the platform is available to all delegates and visitors while within the IMO building and connected to the IMO's Wi-Fi networks. As regards the proposed broader public access to IMO publications, this raises key policy and financial questions. Free public access to treaties, conventions, codes, regulations, and guidelines would have direct implications for the established funding model for technical cooperation, assessments of contributions, and the Secretariat posts under the Trading Fund. This question is not new to the Council, and in the past Member States have elected not to proceed in that direction. Notwithstanding the practices of other UN system organizations, the IMO has made a conscious decision to derive revenue from the sale of publications to support technical cooperation activities. In that context, I would recall that the information about access to documents and treaties in other UN system organizations was provided to Council in document C129/4B/3, and there's no need for a further examination of the practice of other organizations by the Secretariat. The central issue facing you is whether Member States wish to pursue broader public access at the expense of revenue for technical cooperation, support to the assessment of contributions, and Secretariat posts under the Trading Fund. Once we have an answer about that financial impact, or those financial impact, which are numerous, then I will follow the instructions of Council. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General, for that comprehensive information and the comments with regard to access to the treaties, conventions of the organisation. I'd like to ask the Council members and Member States to bear in mind the comments that have been made by the Secretary General when formulating your comments with regard to the decision to be made in light of the information, as I've said, provided by the Secretary-General. I open the floor for comments.
Brazil.
Brazil.
Thanks to the distinguished delegation of Jamaica for sponsoring the tea break in a very pleasant environment. This delegation thanks all co-sponsors for submitting document C-137/11/1. Brazil has carefully analyzed the proposal and agrees to some extent with the rationale and arguments presented. Brazil welcomes the initiative to expand access to consolidated and certified electronic copies of IMO instruments for member states, IGOs, and NGOs, with the possibility of future public access. Such an approach could, indeed, bring benefits to many stakeholders. However, Brazil is not in a position to select any of the options proposed by the document at this stage. We consider it essential that the Secretariat first present a careful assessment of the financial implications and the impact on the organization's operational capacity, particularly the sustainability of the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, should the proposed measure be adopted. And by what we have just heard from the Secretary-General's intervention, this assessment, at least in a preliminary form, has already been carried out with the findings already mentioned by the Secretary-General. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Brazil. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. This delegation, first of all, would like to express our appreciation to Jamaica for the tea break. We would like to express our sincere congratulations to Jamaica. This delegation thanks Egypt and other co-sponsors for submitting document C-137/11/1. We recognize the important role that improving access to the text of maritime conventions can play in facilitating national legislative processes and promoting the effective implementation of IMO instruments. We therefore support advancing this work in a step-by-step manner on the basis of exploring feasible approaches and taking practical realities into account. At the same time, we also note the complexity underlying this issue from the perspective of convention publications. It has direct financial implications, particularly with regard to possible impacts on resources available to support technical cooperation activities. From the perspective of access to convention texts and support for domestic legislation, it is essential to ensure that member states can always obtain accurate and authoritative texts. Given the frequent amendment of maritime conventions, this would also involve substantial legal and technical work, including the consolidation of texts. For this reason, we believe it is important to uphold a pragmatic approach and proceed progressively. We agree that at the initial stage, consideration may be given to further opening access to electronic publications, provided that this does not create significant financial implications. We also suggest that the Secretariat, taking into account the specific characteristics of IMO conventions, comprehensively assess the financial and resource implications, while also considering factors such as enhancing multilingual accessibility and preventing improper commercial use. On this basis, the Secretariat could explore and propose feasible options for consideration by future sessions of the Council. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a la...
Thank you to the delegation of China. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks Jamaica for nice coffee and music. Turkey's pleased to be one of the co-sponsors of the document. Our point is simple and practical. IMO instruments are used every day by maritime administrations, legal departments, technical experts, seafarers, researchers, and delegations working from their capitals. When administrations prepare national legislation, check amendments, or response to technical questions, they need quick access to accurate and consolidated IMO texts. Limited access may lead to delays, duplication of work, or reliance on outdated versions. For this reason, Turkey supports the proposal to extend to access IMO e-publications for accredited representatives of member states as well as representatives of IGOs and NGOs. We also support the second step proposed in the document, asking Secretariat to explore broader options for public access while taking fully into account financial and resource implications, including the impact on technical cooperation revenues. We believe that Secretariat will find a good way to solve this problem. This is a practical step towards better implementation, better participation, and better use of IMO instruments. Thank you very much.
Gracias a la...
Thank you to the delegation of Turkey. And I'll give the floor to the Secretary General, who would like to provide additional clarifications on the discussion underway.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, and apologies for interrupting the discussion. But we don't want the same thing to happen as happened in the Legal Committee. The issue of the consolidated text of the instrument is different to the sale of publication of IMO instruments. Those are two separate things. The consolidated text is something that the Council has asked the committee to address. And the work on that is something that has been requested in that way. And that's something that we in the Secretariat have to work on to ensure that the consolidated instrument texts are available. And that is work that is underway in the committees. The proposal before you now is the sale of the documents that we prepare as publications, the books. In the past, the Council agreed that in light of the negative impact on the technical cooperation revenues, which flow from those sales, so the trading fund, the cafeteria, other similar areas, as well as funds that are used to amortize and reduce the annual contributions of member states. In order to avoid that negative impact, it was decided not to proceed with that initiative. However, coming back to our discussion, those are two separate issues. We are talking about the sale of publications. The consolidated text is work that is underway in the committees, which you need to move forward on there separately in order to be able to access those. I hope that that sheds light on our conversation.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. And once again, I'll invite delegations to bear in mind the comments of the Secretary General when making your comments. We lost Italy. Could you request the floor again?
Press next.
And that's okay. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Jamaica, for hosting the coffee break. We thank Egypt and the others for document 137/11/1. We are in principle supportive of the objective of improving access to the IMO instruments. At the same time, we take note of the financial consideration highlighted by the Secretary General, including those to be further discussed at the forthcoming session of the Legal Committee, as well as the importance of publication revenue for the organization budget as reflected in document C137/5B1. In this context, we support an approach that appropriately balances enhance accessibility with the need to ensure financial sustainability. We further consider that where circumstances permit, the underlying intent of the proposal remains valid and merits further consideration in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Italy. Morocco? Thank you, Chair. First of all, my thanks go to Jamaica for the coffee break and the Secretary-General as well for the explanations that have just been provided. As a co-author of document C137/11/1, Morocco firmly believes that broader access to the consolidated electronic texts of treaties, convention codes, regulations and guidelines is essential to the effective implementation of the organisation's instruments for the drafting of national legislation and strengthening capacities, particularly in developing countries. My delegation favours option 2, which consists of the Secretariat providing direct access to the e-publications platform to accredited representatives of member states and intergovernmental and non-governmental organisations, both within and outside the organisation's headquarters. We also support the second stage proposed, namely a study by the Secretariat of the options, taking into account the financial and resource implications for consideration at the 139th Council session. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco. Norway.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, we would like to thank Jamaica for much-needed refreshments, delicious Blue Mountain coffee, and wonderful music. We thank the co-sponsor for their document. We also would like to thank the Secretary-General for the information provided, and we take due note of the information given on the proposal's consequences with regard to additional administrative burdens for the Secretariat. This delegation fully agrees with the principles set forth in this document. A wide and easy access to consolidated versions of conventions is important. Chair, this delegation is of the opinion that although the proposed first steps, both options included, might not have any direct financial costs for this organization to set up, we do believe it may have dire consequences for the technical cooperation, as the organization may lose necessary income through the sale of electronic versions. As mentioned by the Secretary-General, the IMO technical cooperation programs are dependent today upon the incomes from sales of publications. And this delegation assumes that this income also includes additional electronic access. We would like to ask the Secretariat to clarify this point. Chair, I would like to end it by saying that this delegation can at this stage not support the proposal given its unknown financial consequences for the IMO budget. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Norway. Spain? Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the United Arab Emirates and the other co-sponsors for document C137/11/1. Having considered the proposals contained in the document, we would like to state the following. In general, Spain would like to see the Council maintain its current publication access policy, given that a free and public access model to publications would have a financial impact for the organisation, in particular with regard to financing technical cooperation activities. With regard to the options in paragraph 13, this delegation prefers option 1, which reflects the current model as set forth in Circular 5171. If the intention is to extend Member States' access, we would be willing for the Secretariat to explore the possibility of a slight increase in the current figure of 3 users with shared access, on the understanding that it does not generate an additional administrative burden for the Secretariat. As the Secretary-General has recalled in his intervention, the Council already has information on document access policies in other organisations. I refer here to document C129 4B 3. So we do not deem it necessary to request any new action from the Secretariat in this regard. And finally, we see no problem with the Secretariat being requested to provide information to Council on the financial impact that broadening access to IMO publications would have. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a España. Japón.
Thank you, Spain, Japan.
Thank you, Chair. And we also would like to join others in thanking Jamaica for delicious coffee and sweets and music. This delegation thanks the co-sponsors for the proposal and agree with the co-sponsors that enhancing accessibility to the IMO instruments helps the member states not only in familiarizing themselves with those instruments, but also in facilitating their national legislative process so as to ensure effective implementation. In this regard, Japan also appreciates the ongoing efforts made by the Secretariat in developing the IMO e-publication system and to increase the number of the access to 3 under the current resource to allow certain access to the IMO instruments. We understand and share the desire expressed by the co-sponsors to expand the access to their broad members. At the same time, as this delegation expressed in different agenda, namely Agenda Item 5 on resource management, in addition to requesting the effort from the Secretariat, we, the Council members, should also make our utmost effort to minimize additional cost implication in light of financial sustainability of this organization. Thus, the member states may need to further consider whether the current limit of 3 user accounts creates crucial problems and whether there are urgent and pressing need to expand access to observer organizations or even to the broad public. At this moment, we observe that the Council is not in a position to make such an informed decision on neither option 1 or 2, nor step 1 or 2, while option 1 in step 1, namely to increase the access from 3 to more, might be further considered following sufficient information and justification. That said, we support a stepwise approach to allow informed decision as implied in paragraph 13.1.2 of this document, that is to request to the Secretariat to provide quantitative information on financial and resource implications arising from the proposal. With that information, the Council members may wish to reconsider the pressing need to broaden access to broader members. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you. Japan. Germany, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Jamaica for the tea break. Germany thanks the co-sponsors of document C137/11/1 for the proposal. This delegation notes the consideration of the 113th session of the Legal Committee on this topic. This delegation further notes that the matter was already under consideration by the Council, particularly with regard to its financial implications, and that currently each IMO member state is entitled to free access to the e-publications platform for up to 3 simultaneous users. Germany also notes the information just provided by the Secretary General. In this regard, Germany is also of the view that further information is needed regarding this proposal, especially on the financial implications. Therefore, Germany would like to ask the Secretariat for further detailed information about the financial implications of this proposal, especially the impact on revenue supporting technical cooperation activities like the Integrated Technical Cooperation Programme for further consideration. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Germany. Canada.
Thank you, Chair. I would first like to thank South Africa and Jamaica for the refreshments and coffee. Canada would like to thank the co-sponsors of C137/11/1. We understand the intent of the proposal in terms of the benefits of providing free access to publications. However, a Council decision on this matter cannot be made without considering the financial implications for the IMO. As duly noted by the Secretary General and evidenced by the annual report, providing publications free of charge would mean that the IMO would forego significant annual revenue on an ongoing basis, while still incurring costs associated with publishing. This is at a time where inflation is increasing the cost of operations, and the IMO is being asked to do more to address emerging issues affecting the maritime sector, including increasing demand for technical cooperation activities. Without a clear indication of what impact foregoing approximately £15 million in publishing services may bring on the ability of the IMO to carry out its mandate, we do not think now is the time to consider how to make all IMO publications available free of charge to all users. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Delegation of Qatar.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. في البداية
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to begin on behalf of the State of Qatar by thanking South Africa and Jamaica, who've been so generous in offering us coffee breaks today. My country would also like to thank the co-sponsors of C137/11/1. And we're grateful for this significant initiative. We think that enhancing access to consolidated and updated texts of all the instruments, codes, conventions, codes, and so on will help us to better implement the organization's instruments. It will facilitate the work of the organization and accredited delegations, and it will assist with implementation of IMO instruments. We're in favor of the options set out, bearing in mind financial implications and impact on the work of the organization. A balance must be struck between expanding access to communication in the organization while ensuring that these programs can continue and are sustainable, particularly the ITCP. We'll continue to work with the Secretariat and Member States so that we can find a pragmatic solution which will allow us to achieve these goals. Thank you.
Gracias a Qatar.
Thank you. Qatar, the UAE.
شكرا سيد الرئيس وشكرا على إعطاء.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for allowing me to speak. On these options, we're in favour of option 2 in the first stage. For the second step, my delegation would like to thank the Secretary-General for the information he has just given us, where he said that the required information had been provided in C129/4B3. But, sir, that document deals with matters relating to legal protection against the unauthorized use of information on the platform and also intellectual property protection. So we would like to understand this reference, which was clarify the communications with the UN and specialized agencies with regard to access, their policies on access to documents for codes and so on. Thank you.
Gracias a Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Thank you. Egypt.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. في البداية أود
Thank you, Chair. Well, allow me also to thank Jamaica for the coffee break this afternoon. Our delegation is a co-sponsor to the document, sir. The proposal related to availability of electronic consolidated copies of texts of all IMO treaties and so on. We are in favour, of course, with regard to access to electronic copies of the text being made available freely in order to allow member states to be familiar with the most recent copy of the texts and to be able to study them in detail before taking measures. This would also assist with implementation of these instruments and would mean that it would be easier to implement them into domestic legislation. And this is why we think that expanding access along the lines of this proposal, and in particular consolidated texts of the instruments, could make a very practical contribution to encouraging a greater number of countries to acceding to the organization's instruments and would also enhance uniform implementation of their provisions. So by way of conclusion, sir, we would call on Council to consider the proposals set out in the document and to consider the possibility of implementing the options proposed to ensure full application and technical support, which will facilitate the work by allowing access to the information provided by the organization. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt. the delegation of Thailand.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we wish to thank South Africa and Jamaica for providing wonderful coffee today. And sorry for the interpreter, as I have made a slight change to my statement. As a co-sponsor of document 1C137/11/1, Thailand emphasized that seamless access to up-to-date IMO instrument is essential to assist member states in effectively implementing and incorporating IMO instruments into their national legislations, enhancing accessibility and fostering a more transparent and collaborative working environment for all stakeholders. Regarding the immediate implementation under Step 1, we invite Council members to consider the two options presented for providing wider access to the e-publication platform. While option 1 would only allow access to the accredited representative of IMO member state, option 2 offers a more inclusive approach by including accredited representative of IGOs and NGOs. Such access should be extended to their account regardless of the location. As a second step, this delegation supports the proposal to kindly request the Secretariat to conduct a thorough analysis, exploring various options while taking into account resource and financial implications. This analysis will provide the Council with a clearer understanding of the available pathways when revisiting this important matter again at the future session. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Tailandia.
Thank you, Thailand. Delegation of Marshall Islands.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As this is the first time the Marshall Islands is taking the floor, we would like to provide our condolences to Venezuela for the recent incidents. And many thanks to all those that have provided refreshments this week, and congratulations to Jamaica on their 50 years. A bit more Bob Marley would be great. Mr. Chair, we weren't going to take the floor on this particular item, but, because we'd like to firstly thank the co-sponsors for 11/1, but also for the Secretary-General for providing the information which I believe Council has seen many times over the years with regards to access of e-publications and the Trade-in Fund and the impact that would have on the ITCP. The intent, I believe, on 11.1 is commendable and in principle makes absolutely sense. So if we provide unlimited access to e-publications, does that mean then that we don't need as much money in the ITCP fund because everyone is then using those documents to then implement all the conventions? But I don't actually think that's the case. So we would therefore align with those that spoke, such as Norway, Germany, and others, that I think a full impact assessment on what this would cost the organisation and the resources and the manpower in the publication sector, section which would be lost. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a las Islas Marshall.
Thank you, Marshall Islands. The delegation of Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أولا نتقدم لوفد جنوب إفريقيا وجامايكا.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank South Africa and Jamaica for the refreshments offered today. And I'll be brief, sir. C13711-1, submitted by Egypt et al. With regard to availability of electronic consolidated copies of texts of all treaties, conventions, codes, regulations and guidelines of the organization on the electronic publications platform would facilitate the work of national administrations in preparing and drafting national texts or amendments to be made. We agree with the content. We should ask the Secretariat to conduct a study of the financial impact on the organization and to present us with the findings. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la
Thank you. Algeria, Denmark.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to all distinguished delegates. First of all, we would also like to thank all of those who have kindly provided us with refreshments so far. Denmark supports the statements made by Norway and Canada, Marshall Islands, and others. We too share the ambition of improving transparency and effective implementation through access to IMO regulations. However, we are concerned that making all publications freely available would significantly reduce the IMO's publication sales revenue, which is a key source of funding for the organization, including for the technical cooperation programs. A reduction in these resources would have a direct negative impact on capacity building activities, and particularly for developing countries that rely on IMO's support. We would also like to recall the discussions on the budget earlier this week and the external factors affecting the budget and the need for economic resilience. And we urge that this is taken into account when deciding on this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Dinamarca.
Thank you, Denmark. The Nautical Institute.
Thank you, Chair. With apologies to the interpreters, I've adjusted our statement based on Secretary-General and others' comments. The Nautical Institute wishes to align with the contents of C137.11.1. Our request is that members pursue option 2 in paragraph 11 of that document, giving e-document access to all accredited representatives here at the IMO. We also request that Council pursue the actions in paragraph 13 to liaise with other UN agencies to determine how they ensure that members of the public, in our case, seafarers, can access the treaties, conventions, codes, regulations and guidelines that they have to implement in their working lives, but without seafarers having to pay a fee to read them. We note that the 5 UN organisations examined in paper C129-4B3 do allow non-commercial access and download of substantive documents and instruments. Whilst the copyright issues in that paper are clear and copyright issues are not in question, we request members do consider aligning more closely with other UN bodies by, for example, adopting open access for the seafarers who are currently financially charged to read the IMO instruments that they have no choice but to implement. Noting that ignorance of the law is not a defence for non-compliance, and fully recognising the financial implications on the IMO Trading Fund, our advice to Council is that this issue may alternatively be seen as a moral matter of levying charges to read those laws or IMO instruments. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, the Nautical Institute.
Thank you, Nautical Institute. Well, before I sum up, I'll turn to the Secretary General to take the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for all the comments. I agree with all of you that it is a laudable proposal, and in future we should manage to expand access to IMO publications. And of course, I will take note of all the comments that have been made and submit a document with practices, the impacts, information which you may not have before you, so that we can continue to address the matter. Because, for example, in technical cooperation activities, we offer access to participants online. We had to change distribution of new publications, and now when countries request them, they can receive a copy. The reason why we changed it is because there wasn't an update of focal points. We sent them and we didn't know where they were going and who ended up with them. And then countries asked why we didn't send them. So we do have to change some practices. But I will look at how information is presented, not just on our practices, including access, for example, for WMU students and IMLI students, who also receive access, and the financial impact. So that you can find a way that you feel we can proceed. And as to the remark from the delegate of the UAE, while it is true that 1294B3 focuses on copyright, we do include in that information on practices of other organizations, paragraph 10 of the document, and you can see paragraph 12 too, how the ITU, for example, applies the issue of publication sales, ICAO, and so on. So information on practices of other organizations has been submitted to you. But with regard to the other comments, we will address them. And I think you were asking for that at Council 139. We'll do that.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to all delegations who've made comments and observations on this important agenda item. And thank you, Secretary General. We've really been making you work hard on this afternoon. But I think we're all very grateful to you for the information. As I was saying, having listened to the comments, I take it that Council notes the information provided in document C-137-11-1 and that provided orally by the Secretary General, and requests the Secretary General to provide information on current practices in the Secretariat with regard to publications and on the financial and resource implications, including the impact on revenue supporting technical cooperation activities which would extend access to, which would be caused by having access to the IMO publications platform, to be considered at Council's 139th session. And if you can agree, it is so decided.
Ruego a los intérpretes me concedan 5 minutos.
The chair's asking for an extra 5 minutes from the interpreters. Yes, sir. And can I ask delegations to bear in mind that we're coming to the end of the day, but I'm aware there are some countries who have business elsewhere. I'm not talking about the football.
I'm lost. Es el mundial.
It's the football. United Arab Emirates.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. لا نود أن نعطي أي تحديثات بشأن المونديال، ولكن فقط لدينا ملاحظة على ملخصكم سيد الرئيس. نحن نعلم تماما لا توجد هناك ترجمة على ما أعتقد.
I'm not going to be giving you any information on the football, sir, but I do have a comment to make on your summary. So, as I was saying, thank you. I do have a remark to make. Your summing up had to do with the second stage, but we had understood that there was a preference for the first stage and the 2 options, but when you summed up, you didn't mention those. We think that delegations who spoke had a preference for option 2 for the first stage or step, and we would like that to be mentioned in your summing up. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you. Yes, you're quite right. I did forget when I was summing up to refer to the issue of the options in your document. So apologies for that. But my understanding is slightly different to yours with regard to what Council prefers with regard to the options. What I understand, having listened to these remarks, is that Council is not yet in a position to take a decision on a change of decision with regard to the policy on publications until it has the information on the financial implications and has greater information and detail of current practice with regard to publications. And so I propose that the document be noted in general, and then also with regard to the document requested for information from the Secretariat. I think there was a range of views, and in these cases it is prudent, as we seek to make progress, that we take an informed decision on the basis of the request for information which has been put to the Secretariat and which we will discuss at Council 139. So, if there are no further comments, I'd like to give the floor now to the head of the director of the Administrative Division to provide us with information on a matter of interest for delegations.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. We have essential maintenance work that will be carried out by our primary internet service provider. So we will lose internet connectivity between 9 p.m. this evening and until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So if you happen to be in the building at that time, this is to let you know that there will be no internet connectivity on the IMO public Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, directora. Esperemos.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Prempe. I think that let's hope that won't have any impact on any kind of streaming or otherwise of the football delegation of Cyprus, and that really will be the end of this discussion in Cyprus.
As you said before, it's World Cup time, but it's also summer time, even in London. And what a better way to celebrate this by having a barbecue. We would like to invite all delegates, IMO staff, and our interpreters to a Cyprus barbecue on the terrace of the 4th floor. For those interested in watching the Argentina versus Egypt match, we are happy to confirm that it will be, actually it's screened on the cafeteria TV right now. So come along and enjoy great football together with Cypriot, souvlaki, halloumi and beers. Thank you. Tengo una aclaración del secretario general.
Clarification from the SG is telling me that the TV on the 4th floor will just be screening Wimbledon. No football.
Les veo mañana. Muchas gracias.
So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you all. Thank you to the interpreters.
for it to not. There's one is a switch.